All right, I got a weird one for you guys today. So, if you've been paying attention, if you've been watching the last few of these, I have been building a library on my website, clothesandstuff.net, of books that I would like to read and find interesting. So, it's not much yet, but fortunately, many of the books that I'm interested in happen to be old as fuck. So public domain means I can just grab them. But that also means a lot of them aren't in English, which is the only language I like reliably speak or understand. And so, boy, do I have something to show today. Okay, so let me just start by showing. You know how I like doing that. I'm good at showing. And by the way, chat's open. Come on by, stop on by if you wanna. All right, so like I was saying, I got this library where I was just adding some old ass books. Look, we got 1898. Aristotle is fucking what is that? Like 200, 100 BC. Uh Arthur Schopenhauer, I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, we got some old shit. We got some old shit that I find pretty interesting. I want to read them. Most of these I don't think I've read yet. Whenever I add Dante's Inferno, which I plan to, I have read that, but like not just Inferno, but the whole Divine Comedy. Um, I have read that, but like I'm throwing it in here eventually, anyways. But I came across a book that I really want on here, okay? And we're gonna talk about it first. I'm gonna give you the rundown. I'm gonna give you the rundown first, and then I'll explain what we're doing. Maybe it would help too for me to show you this is what the book looks like. It's in Latin, by the way. It's in Latin. I don't know Latin. Do you know Latin? I'll explain how we're gonna get there, but it is in fact in Latin, and no, I don't know Latin. But that's not going to stop me from grabbing it. And you're like, well, why don't you just grab an English version? There's got to be an English version by now. And you're right, there is. But the problem is that the English version, oh, I don't have it up. Usually I have these things prepared, but whatever. I can explain it anyways. Was made in 2004. 2004. So when you make a derivative copy of a work, so even though Pico della I even practiced this. Pico della Mirandola. There we go. Even though he was back in like what is this? Old 1487. There it is. Even though this was back in 1487, the rewriting into English is actually the new book. It's a new book that is takes place in 2004. So it needs about 70 years from the death of that author to be able to be used. And so we're not using that. What we're going to do instead, what I was initially going to do is this Brown website here, which I'm leaving open in case I need to. They have a very easily grabbable Latin version, but even that feels a little sketchy to me. So what I went and found out was that if you grab the original, look at this old ass Latin book, which is from 1486. This is a legitimately public domain book. Real old as fuck. Well, the plus side is that ChatGPT can not only extract from the image, but it also knows Latin. So today, so today, we're gonna see, look, it extracts it in Latin, and then I tell it to spit it out in English, and it's like, I have it more attuned after this. We're getting there. See, it comes out in Latin, and then it comes out in English. Look at that. And I'm gonna read it. We're gonna read. So I mean, it's only like what 90 pages. It's not crazy. It's 900 conclusions. It's we're gonna. I'm also before we even do anything, I'm gonna be like, what's this book? Why this book? What about this book would make you go, you want to copy down 90 pages? Well, I'm getting to that. Shit. All right. So I already have your question up. What is it? Well, the Pico della Mirandola's 900 Theses book was the first book that was banned by the church. So this is the first book that was banned. And why would they ban it? Well, let's talk about that. So I'm just basically going to read what Google gave me and then we'll just move on. All right? We'll start translating and we're going to read along. I'm not going to try to understand it right now. I'm just trying to get the document out so that way I can then make a book about it and then put it on my website. So, but it shouldn't take longer than today. I think we're going to do this in one sitting. I forgot to open a text document, which I think we'll need. I think we'll need that. So let's go notes, notepad. Give me notepad. We're doing this in fucking notepad, brother. I'll figure out how to clean it up later, but for now, notepad it is. So I need to put this open. Sorry, I'm gonna put it on the not on the screen, but I'm also going to do, where's the snip? Ah, there it is. Cool. Good. All right, so I can fuck with this on the side, and I'll play with that later in Word, where I'll actually make the PDF. But I don't want to put it in Word initially because Word's broken, and Notepad will just take it. It'll just take it, and then we can figure it out later. Okay? So don't hate me. I like Notepad better. All right. So now let me explain. Let me just read this out. Pico della Mirandola's 900 Thesis was banned because its syncretic content, blending Platonic, Aristotelian, Kabbalistic, Hermetic, and other esoteric traditions, contained ideas deemed heretical and offensive to the Catholic Church. And so, before we get too far into this, where I'm going to come back and say the background and all that, but I want to I'm not trying to piss anyone off. If you've been here and seen me for a while, first off, Pico del Mirandola was a Catholic and he intended to debate this. He intended to like allow debate for this. It's not like he was like just speaking out because he's a magic dude. Now, and then anyone who's been around here for a while, I'm like agnostic at best. I just like info. It has nothing to do with being heretic. It is interesting that's the first banned book, but really the part that catches my eye is that it blends a bunch of different type of traditions with Catholicism, and a Catholic himself went, wow, I feel like this plays well with my religion even. And so, I mean, obviously he was wrong because it got banned. I think he even, we'll get to that, but I think he even got like excommunicated. He had to leave Italy, escape to France. But, and we'll get to that. But that's what interests me is that it's bringing together a bunch of philosophies and trying to like piece them together. And I haven't read this yet. So, but what are the nature of the 13 heretical theses? So what about this got it? Now, like we're saying, he has 900 theses. That's the title of the book. He has 900 theses. Only 13 of them were marked heretical that got this book banned. So most of this is like they didn't even, it's not contested, which I once again haven't read or have any opinion on. That's why we're doing this because I haven't read the English version. I've only seen the Latin version, and then when it said it was like $60 for the other one, I'm posting it for free, motherfucker. Come at me. Use ChatGPT. I don't charging $60 for something that I'm gonna make in one sitting is insane, and so I'm gonna put it on my library for free. And you're welcome to read it afterwards, but I'm gonna read it out loud today. And now, once again, they probably did way more work. I'm just spitting it into an AI, and the AI is probably going to like 98% this, in which 2% may be wrong, but I don't give a fuck. I don't give a single fuck about that 2%. It's going to be so marginal. Maybe one day I'll go back and like double check it, but what instead is when we're finished with finished with this, which I might not do on this stream specifically, but when we're finished with this, I'm going to just like make a intro where I'm probably going to also explain the story of why it happened. I'm probably going to give some background on Pico. I'm probably going to explain how we did this using ChatGPT. I'm even going to say like what version we're using, which I should switch it away from auto so I can even do that. Um, but like That's all gonna be later. Right now, we're just gonna get it out because, like, me using this version and then ChatGPT, totally legal. It's public domain as fuck, dude. It's so public domain, it's public domain. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm taking literal screenshots of the original book and then using that. So that's how it is. All right, let's move on. Nature of the 13 heretical theses. So this is what got it got it banned in the first place. So they're saying, and I don't know anything about Catholicism, honestly. I don't know much. And so this probably won't make sense to me as I read it, but I'm going to read it out loud anyways. Predestination and grace argued that God's foreknowledge does not necessitate predestination, challenging established church views on divine will and election. Okay, I understand that actually. So he's saying that God having foreknowledge does not mean that he already said this will happen, because that would honestly that makes sense to me, because that would negate free will. And what God's foreknowledge, a God that is all knowing and has all knowledge, can have all knowledge and there still be probability, because he can just know uh, all of the variables. He can know all of the he or she or whatever. I don't know. I'm just gonna use he because everyone else uses he. Um, but God could necessarily just know all of the variations that could happen. And so that does not get rid of the ability for free will to make different choices. And even for God not to be saying, this is how this will happen. Okay, so that I'm down with that. That was one of the things that got it banned, and I'm already like, Pico, you're right. I like Pico here. Suggested that human free will cloud act independently of absolute divine foreknowledge. And so that's the same thing that I just explained, where it allows for free will, which is important in like everything I've heard about God, which isn't much. Like I said, I never grew up religious. I never went to church. I don't know anything about it. I'm learning later in life because philosophy is interesting me, and like the sect of philosophy that I find extremely interesting is theology. Even though that's not really what I'm going for, but it's something that I'm like interested in. So that's something I'm learning about actively, and this is part of it kind of. So sacraments and Eucharistic doctrine questioned whether the sacraments are necessary as channels of grace, including claims about the local presence of Christ in the Eucharist being constable. I don't contestable. I don't know what a Eucharist is, and so that's I'm already at a downfall. But I don't know. But I feel like what it's saying is that you don't have to do specific rituals to be up with God, whereas you could just there are other ways. There are other ways to be with God, in which I also agree with, because I feel like a Muslim and a Christian will both see God at the end of their day, end of their lives, and so, and that's my opinion. I don't really know. There might not be a God at all, which is also why I'm agnostic, because I'm like I don't know, dude. I need like I need like many verifiable facts before I move into any category. And so like when I do the math on it, and then like I did the logic math. I don't know if you know about proposition logic, but like doing the logic on it, every single direction you go ends up a needing like something to be that could not be verified true or false. Uh, and so there is no path to know whether there is or is not a God from within the system, is my end all be all of that thought process. Like from within the system, you can't see. You have to be without the system before you can see within. And I'm fine with that answer. I don't like it doesn't seem like it is a solvable thing. Um, Sacraments. That's the one I just read. Limits of church authority implicitly challenged clerical meditation and church high. This is hard to say with the reverb. Hieretical authority by valuing individual reasoning and interpretation over ecclesial judgment. So I know that I do know about Catholicism. They're like the Pope knows everything. If you're not the Pope, you don't know shit. And I, whatever, that's your belief. That's fine. But like a lot of people have been studying this before there was a Pope. That's how I feel about it. Moving on. Not, and like I said, how I feel about it doesn't mean shit. Magic and Kabbalah propose that magical and Kabbalistic knowledge can reveal divine truths, a direct affront to the church's ban on occult practices. Now, I also don't know much about Kabbalah. I, as far as I understand, it's like a sect of Jewish magic, whereas like the main Jewish peoples don't necessarily believe in, just like certain rituals with pagan magic is some people believe in, but the main pagans would not believe in that. Even no matter how much the Catholic Church tries to say that they all believe that, it's actually most that wouldn't, and it's just like some do. Um, and so it's the same idea, and I feel like I don't have much of it. I'm sure that if it's real, it probably does do that. Like, why would it not reveal divine truths, doing things that using methods that God Himself would use? And that what he's stating is that it would do that. He's not saying to do that, which is like I see why the church would ban it. They're like, "Hey, we said no occult practices." But in Pico's defense, he's not saying to do occult practices. He's just saying that certain occult practices could reveal divine truths. So let's move on. I'm with him on all of them so far. uh, Syncretism and with non-Christian philosophers asserted that philosophers across cultures, Greeks, Jews, Arabs, Chaldeans, I don't know what that one is, could contain divinely inspired truths, blurring doctrinal boundaries. Now that one, they're just racist. Like why would you, the only you, Mr. Italy, be able to know anything about God when God made all creatures? Why would the Greeks not have any, or the Jews have any? The Jews are the ones he made a deal with, as far as I understand. Why would they not know about divine inspired truths, and you do, the person who took their religion? I'm confused on that a little bit, but let's keep going. Divine persons in Trinitarian speculation. Some theses debated nuances of the relations in the Trinity, risking interpretation as heretical, Arian, or subordinationist propositions. Um, yeah, I don't want to hurt the Trinity. I mean, like I said, it could be real. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Human dignity and potential suggested humans could achieve a quasi-divine state through study and reason, which appeared to challenge doctrinal humility and avoidance of pride. So he was saying that you can just like you can join God in a conversation just by being through study and reason, which I think that's isn't that what the Muslims thing says? I don't know much. I don't want to like delve too deep because like I said, I know shit about no religions. I haven't really. I just find them all interesting. So I've had just little snippets here and there of all of them. But I feel like that's something that the Muslim belief follows a little bit, if I'm not mistaken, which I may be. Resurrection and soul body relations made statements about the body after resurrection that diverged from church orthodoxy concerning insensibility and immortality. That doesn't tell me what he said. So I don't know. Maybe he was saying that he couldn't have resurrected. And it was just like, I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out when we get to that point. But keep an eye out for that one. Intellectual autonomy advocated for reconciliation of truth across sources without default deference to church authority. Um, so yeah, once again, it's like the Pope knows all, you don't know anything. Cosmology and natural philosophy discussed natural phenomenon, astrology, matter, causation in ways that implied some powers could exist outside divine creation norms. Norms, I think, is the key word there because all of those things are still divine creation. So I don't know what they meant there. Divine and human action distinguished too sharply between God's active efficacy and human agency, risking the theological confusion. So I think this is also where they're saying, where Pico's trying to say that God does not have to predetermine all things to know all things. And they just didn't understand that probably, like what he was trying to say. They probably just heard it as God doesn't do that, and he's probably like, I highly doubt that's what he's saying as a fellow Catholic himself. I highly doubt that. Reinterpretation of scriptures use Kabbalistic and philosophical lenses to reinterpret biblical passages, posing an exegetical challenge to orthodox interpretation. So he just like looked at it from a different lens, which I feel like there's lots of ways to look at every, because like as far as I understand, all of the original Hebrew writing is mostly written in like a poetic language in which it would like there is always in all lines multiple ways to interpret everything, and that's not just with that, like I think it's just the language in general always has multiple meanings. It's really depending on what you're trying to pull from it, which is cool, but really frustrating when you come from an English language that only has one way to interpret it. Now, this I think we'll pull from up here. Let's go a little up. Let's go back to the introduction. So this is where we're just going to talk about Pico here. In 1486, at age 23, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola proposed to defend 900 philosophical and theological theses in a public disputation in Rome, aiming to reconcile diverse schools of thought from Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, and Latin traditions, including Kabbalah, Hermeticism, Aristotelian philosophy, and Christianity. He published them with his seminal Oration on the Oration on the Dignity of Man, advocating human potential, free will, and the philosophical unity of all wisdom. Pico offered to pay the travel expense of scholars willing to debate these theses, planning the event for January 1487. Yes. Reasons for we already talked about that. We went real deep into that, honestly. Let's just say the ban of the 900 Theses. Well, that doesn't really accept. Yeah, we talked about why it was banned, so it's of course it was banned. The ban of the 900 Theses marks the first universal printed book prohibition by the Church. It demonstrates the tension between the Renaissance pursuit of humanist syncretic knowledge and the. Here's that word again. Hold up. I've seen. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to copy paste so I could type, figure out how to say that. Whatever. Efforts, you can see it, to enforce doctrinal orthodoxy. Pico's work combining Christian humanism with esoteric philosophy continues to influence modern thought as an early expression of intellectual pluralism and the Renaissance valorization of human potential. Oh, this is what I wanted to read. I don't know. Um, I think we already said all this though. All right, cool. So let's dig in. So the first step of how we're going to do it. Now we're into how. How the fuck am I going to do this, you may ask? Well, I'm going to fucking show you. Fuck, we're just going to do it on camera. What do you mean how are we going to do it? I'm going to show you. I'm going to physically show you. So what we're going to do is see that book there? I'm going to go over to my snipping tool over here and I'm going to look for the most tangent spot right here so I can get a nice and clean big text version. And what we're gonna, oh, why did it do that? Oh, I mean that's frustrating. I wanted it to be like that, but whatever. We'll just do it like that. Whatever. And then I just paste that bitch here. I wait for chat to see it. It analyzes the image. Now it's going to give me that Latin extradition. So it's just going to pull out what it can pull. And it's going to look at it. Look at it pulling. Look at it pulling from that text. Now I'm going to read one. 8 lumen. Dude, it's taking it. It's doing it. So okay. So I'm not fucking around here. We're doing it. So uncertainty notes. This is something that I've told it to do, which look, I'm too good at this shit. Look, the heading line beginning with Endicurus blah 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 is compressed in the scan. It clearly refers to the disciples, but the exact spelling of the first word could also be this, depending on the original type. The phrase Magister Cup is clear in the print, but the abbreviation marks make the middle portion slightly compressed. The meaning is clear. The remainder of the thesis is extremely clear and matches the earlier page you showed me from the same section. Okay, so good. It knows what's going on. So now I'm going to go English. Here's the English translation. So let's read page 1. $60, fuckers! Fuck you! It's going on my website for free after this. 900 theses in dialectics, morals, physics, and mathematics and theology. The master of the Kabbalist, whose memory is always held in blessing, wisely said that the man is the bond and link of the world. These conclusions we propose for discussion by all philosophers and theologians. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, Count of Concord. Conclusions according to Albertus 16. Intelligible species are not necessary, and positing them is not consistent with sound peripatetic doctrine. Now, one more time, I'm going to say I'm not trying to understand this with read. I'm just reading it to see if it makes sense, and I bet that word probably makes sense. But if I come across something that doesn't make sense, I should at least check that. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to type this, see what this word is. In particular working, a person who travels in Aristotelian philosopher. So it's an Aristotelian doctrine. So we're fine with that. I'm going to keep it as that because that's what it got thing as. Even if it's so what I'm trying to say when I'm saying I'm not going to stop all the time, we have 90 pages to get through and I'm already a half hour in just describing what I'm going to do. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to read it and if it doesn't make sense to me but it like no, I mean like it doesn't sit in my brain but the words make sense like it seems like it's a good sentence then we're just going to move on and I'm gonna read it again another time. I'm gonna read it many more times because I have to edit it into an actual book, like the PDF format, so that way I can put it on my website. So let's continue, and like I said, we're gonna stop less and less each time. Even with the individuals of the human species were destroyed, the proposition "man is an animal" would remain true. So he's setting up logic basis. He's setting up propositions. The statement "man is man" belongs to the fourth mode of speaking per se. In every point of matter there exists, by habit of potential inception, the essence of all natural forms co-eternal with matter, according to the philosophers, and created according to faith. Form does not vary in essence through increase or decrease, but only in the mode of being. The separated soul understands through species created that from the beginning of its essence, while in its it is in the body, it is either never or only rarely uses. Sound is carried in real being as far as the origin of the auditory nerve. Light has in the medium only an intentional mode of being. The organ of hearing is a nerve extending into the cavity of the ear. The proper object of the common sense is magnitude, as Avicenna rightly said. Alright, so that sounded good. I'm about to copy paste it. Let me just see what this it's got notes. Two phrases that might look strange in English. Intelligible species refers to objects through abstract mental forms derived from sensory perception. I understand that, I think. So I'm not going to put that. Maybe I should put these notes. What do you think, chat? Is anyone even in the chat? Is anyone here? No, it's just me. It's always just me here suffering alone. Everyone comes at the end when I've already done all the work and I'm just like brain fried and I just want to stop at that point. Like I still need to eat at some point. I have class tomorrow still. But whatever, I'll figure out everything by myself. People who watch this later, there are people. I see you. I see your freaking watches, their views. There are people who watch this shit later, and they don't ever show up or say anything. If you watch later and you hear me saying this, go to closedandstuff.net. My email is at the bottom. Just if it makes you uncomfortable, make a new email just to send me a single message that says, I watched that. Just say that. Because Twitch could be lying. Twitch is lying, bro. I need confirmation. Alright. But what intelligible species? Do I feel like I need to add the definition of intelligible species for it to make sense? common sense, sensus communis. In medieval philosophy, this is not everyday common sense. It means the faculty that combines the five senses into a unified perception. I think those are important. I feel like these are important. This refers to the, like, because once we figure out the method, I'm just going to copy paste more quickly later. We're still figuring out like the process of how we're going to continue through this. This refers to the medieval Aristotelian theory that the intellect understands objects through abstract mental forms derived from sensory perception, which that makes sense to me, but it might not make sense to everyone. And so what I'm yeah, I am going to add these. So we're going to add those. We're going to add its notes. And it says go to the next scan. So, okay, so what we're going to do. I'm wondering if, because I could just copy then. If I tell them to shut the fuck up about these other things. Or maybe I'll paste it, see what it looks like. And then that's easy enough to just go, because it separates it. It separates it then into pages. Sort of. And I can get rid of the top part. I'm figuring out the format still. Bear with me. This memory is always okay. And then it does it well. It does up to page 10. And then it goes notes on meeting. Optional but helpful. I might take those out after the fact just to speed up getting through this portion. And then, because then I just need to go through like 90 pages of removing optional but helpful. Otherwise, it looks fucking clean, brother. Otherwise, it looks clean. Now the question is, for ease, do I add a couple enters after? I think I should, because I can. Notepad can be as long as it wants. Okay, yeah, let's go second page, brothers. Get me in there. Tag me in, coach. Alright, so I'm going to go to this spot right here. Too far down. Let me grab a better one. Or not far down enough. Maybe I'll start over here. No, because then I can't line that one up. This is way more important. Let's go there. I still don't think I grabbed it right. I gotta go a little lower. Dang, I did it twice. My bad. I'll get better at this too as we go. Nice. That's a solid copy. So then I just go paste. Oh, I gotta wait for it. And once again, $60 they want for the English version. No. Oh, it's dead. Alright, well, I'll charge it then. Take that. Alright. So let me come on down and I just hit with the English. Let me make, because the first couple I want to barely watch the first couple. Meaning is clear. Alright, that's what I really care about. The meaning is clear. So now we're coming in for the English version. I think I'm going to struggle with remembering what side I was on though. Alright, here we go. The species by which we are said to remember is entirely lost and destroyed. The vegetative soul is not introduced before the sensitive soul, nor the sensitive before the rational, but all are introduced together. Although sense concurs passively in the reception of a species for judging, it nevertheless concurs actively regarding the sensible object. A mobile body is the subject of natural science. The consideration of body insofar as it is body pertains to metaphysics. That could be worded a little better, but let's just leave it. I think it like because I'm gonna say at the beginning that this was a Latin translation using AI. Concordings according conclusions according to Thomas 35 If the Spirit did not proceed from the Son, it would not be distinguished from the Son. The precision of the Holy Spirit is considered temporally according to the gifts of grace that make one pleasing to God. The contingency of things whose existence was not necessary was foreknown by God from eternity because they were present to his eternity through divine knowledge, foreknowledge. The contingency of future events known by God does not remove the infallibility of divine knowledge. If one definite contingent event is known to be the future, it necessarily follows that it will be the future. From the divine goodness, there can be a supreme reason for the predestination of some and the repro- reprobation of others, and the divine will alone is the reason why some are rejected and others chosen for glory. Although the consequent will of God is always fulfilled, it does not impose necessity on things in general. Even one who possesses grace cannot, even by the absolute power of God, be aided more efficaciously unless God grants such aid. The soul acting while formed by charity merits eternal glory in a manner worthy of the reward. The three divine persons proceed simultaneously, given the superstition of one nature. The moral and cardinal virtues will remain in the heavenly state after the resurrection. Notes for clarity. A few lines are dense and theistic. Species by which we remember refers to the medieval theory that memory operates through retained intellectual forms, consequent will of God, atomistic. Oh wow, it even this is so good. Antiquate will, God's will, all to be good. Consequent will, God's permits specific outcome. A technical medieval phrase meaning by the absolute power of God. You can paste. There we go, dude. I'm about to stop reading this and just pasting, but that's gonna be less enjoyable for this. So maybe I'll start doing that at like 8:30. And until then, I'm gonna just delete the bottom part and delete the top part. And then I'll leave them spaced, I think, so I can see the pages. Because I may want to break it into pages that, like, as the pages that they were. I might want to do that. I haven't decided yet. And so that's why we're going in Notepad, and I'll figure all that out later. At another time. Alright, so then we got the next one. I just post it. And then while it's talking, I just type up English just to get it so it knows what's going on. It pulls out the text that I fed it. $60, those fucks. Fuck them. For public knowledge. Extraction notes. The line in. Oh, I didn't read that yet. English. Here is the English translation. Beatitude consists essentially in the act of the intellect. Let's check this out. See, this is one of those things. This is what I'm here. This is what I'm reading it for. Really, biblical blessings. Essentially in the act of the intellect. They say in agreement that beatitude does not essentially consist in the enjoyment of any act of the will. According to this analogy, the gods are the cause of grace not merely as a condition without which it cannot occur, but also as that through which it occurs. The true body of Christ is in heaven locally and on the altar sacramentally. In the baptism of children, the soul descends in itself from the fullness of the higher soul of the body. Christ, so he's saying that everyone's in heaven and the body, us coming down here, we are our souls right now, and our body remains in heaven, I think is what that's saying. But I don't know where he pulled that from. So I said I wasn't going to try to read it now. Let's keep moving. Christ at the final judgment will judge human beings only according to human nature, yet also according to the divine nature. Although in some way a creature could be said to create, nevertheless, creatures do not possess creative power. It is possible for a soul to exist in a beatified angel. We will cannot The will cannot sin unless there is defect of reason. The same body cannot exist simultaneously in different places except by divine power. The different angelic species cannot be perfectly united simultaneously. God is not named through a species, but through himself and through his absolute essence, and he is called an intelligible species. That which is above being adds nothing except the position of distinction. Substance is not distinguished by its own proper passion alone. Form is generated accidentally. Designated matter is the principle of individuation. The same quality remains numerically the same throughout alteration until the end. All freedom resides in reason and intellect. In the generation of a substance where there occurs a resolution into designated prime matter, being is said immediately of one concept taken among others, and in itself it is ordered toward unity. Essence and existence in every creature are really distinct. The same thing is in no way distinct from another outside the mind, though they may be considered distinct. Matter expresses no positive initiative act. I don't know what that word is. I want to normally stop because I'm sure that's right. I just I like words and I don't know that word. Relating to or possessing material existence. Entitative. Entitative. One kind of entitative or objective reality, possessing material existence. Entitative. Interesting. No action moves except by reduction toward an end. The proposition man is capable of laughter does not belong to the second mode. I need to know what the modes are. I don't know modes. Notes to help sanity check the translation. A few lines are technical. Beatitude is in the act of the intellect. A Thomistic thesis that ultimate happiness lies in the vision of truth, not in the will. Designated matter is the principle of individuation. Classic Aristotelian doctrine. Matter individuates things within the same species. Essence and existence are really distinct. One of the central metaphysical claims of Thomas Aquinas: man is risible. Risible, he's risible, he really is. He rizzes all day, and he gets rizzed. Medieval logic example meaning humans are capable of laughter, used when discussing types of prediction. Sounds good to me. I understand that it changed it a little bit there, but I'm fine with that. I actually don't care that it used the real Latin at the bottom rather than what was said in the English above. That's not, that's fine. It makes sense after you read it. Alright, and so now next thing. Oh man, we're coming along. We're cooking along. Beatitude. Oh, we're on the next page. Man, we're already on page 10. That's what I'm talking about. We're cooking through this. $60. We're doing this in one sitting. I'm even going to make this one YouTube video. There it is. Paste that bish. Then, while it's thinking English. This is broken, brother. You know, in 2004, I bet they wish they could have done this. You should have just waited. If you were waiting till 2004 to start doing something, translating something that was from 1486, I just feel like this was foreseeable at that point. It wasn't, but it was. You know, they could have just like waited this out. All right, next one. Two accidents, distinct only in number, cannot exist in the same subject. The grace of Christ is moved by no other mover except the generator of that which removes an impediment. I don't know what that means. Grace rather regards the one who moves, but it sounds correct in English, so I'm fine with it. The imagination is secondary, instrumental agent in the production of an intelligible species. The difficulty of understanding arises from the side of the intellect itself because it can produce intelligible species. The vegetative soul is the soul that distinguishes itself within such matter. I hope it explains vegetative soul at some point because I said that twice now. Those who say that particular metaphysics does not implicitly consider matter and form contradict themselves. No prime matter should be posited in God. No generations should be posited in God. Therefore, the statement is false. Generated being is the essence, which is ultimate, and absolute is generally formatted in a certain respect. Either essence can exist as one person without the other by permission. The will can. That didn't. Oh, wait, we're still. Did it go to the next page? Oh, according to Francis. Okay, so this is someone else. Because Pico's name's not Francis, his name's Giovanni. So he's using other, fr okay, he's using other people's. So this is, okay, I thought it was like the next page or something. All right, sure. Either existence is essence can exist as one person without the other by permission. The will can fail to enjoy the ultimate object of enjoyment. Being is predicated of God denominatively. Those who say that God has from eternity a formal light hold a position tending towards extinction. No definition fully equals the thing defined. A plurality of forms can exist together with real identity. Being is not part of the quiddity of God, but it is predicated of God in the second mode. What is quiddity? What is this? What is this word? What does that mean? The inherent nature or essence of someone or something. Quiddity. That's cool. Inherent nature, a distinctive feature, a peculiarity. So my quiddity that I have is my nose has been broken many times and it's all fucked up. You could see. But I like fighting. I fight a lot. Um, Conclusions according to John Scotus. This is still recording. Okay. Charity is not a divine habit, but a habit of grace through which we become children of God. The idea of a stone is nothing other than the stone produced by the divine intellect as intelligible, which is the object that the will considers in the divine mind. If perfection in divine things is said to be absolutely a property of the distinction, the Catholic interpretation excuses it as not implying contradiction. Notes for clarity. This is what I thought I was reading when it first jumped. A few lines are especially technical. That's true. Two accidents distinct only in number. This refers to Aristotle's metaphysics. Two identical qualities cannot exist in the same subject unless they differ in some real way. That makes sense. Intelligible species again refers to the medieval theology of mental representations through which the intellect understands. Prime matter in God. Scholastic theology insists God has no matter, only pure act. I wonder if I should remove intelligible species because it's being repeated, or if I should leave it as a reiteration like one time and then start removing it. Because I feel like we're going to get caught up. And it's also, if I tell it not to do ones that it's already done, it's not going to remember all the ones that it did. Because we're feeding it a lot of text. And I'm trying to keep it separated. Like it's not doing a lot of thinking from far back. It's going one prompt prior and just continuously being one prompt ahead. So I might have to keep that in mind. And I think I will leave this one more time, the intelligible species definition explanation, just because it was used in this page and it'll make this page make more sense. But if it says again, I'm going to get rid of it. Prime matter in God. Scholastic theology insists God has no matter, only pure act. Is that what he was saying? That makes sense, I guess. Being predicated of God denominatively. This touches on the debate about whether being is said of God essentially or analogically. John Scotus section. This refers to Duns Scotus, the medieval physician philosopher. I love that. This is coming out great. This I couldn't have done this better if I tried. This is, and I'm trying. This is just come. I thought I muted that. My bad for my text blowing your fucking ears up. Not my intention. Okay, now we come on down, and then I grab the next page, which is, we're switching from conclusions on the right. We're grabbing right page. Let's grab from down here because it's a little twisted. Very good. This is like cheating, but it's not. It's totally fine. Alright. In Christ, there were two modes of being. Praxis is an operation of a power other than the intellect, not in conformity with the electation of the intellect, but insofar as it produces an effect. So there's two words there that I don't know if they're real words. I need to check. I need to verify they're real words because it might just be passing Latin. Practice as distinguished from theory, the gap between theory and praxis, text and world, accepted practice or custom. Okay, that's a real word. Sounds real to me. I don't fully understand it, but I think I do. I think I kind of get it. I get it enough to know that makes sense for what they were saying. Elicitation. Oh, elicit. To draw out of. Okay, I know elicit. Pulling out the intellect. That makes sense. That's real. In each individual, there is an individuation, though a proper individual difference, which they call hectasy. Okay, so this has got to be not a real, but it's like this is what they're calling it. So it's like you couldn't possibly call it anything else. The property of quality of a thing by virtue of which it is unique. I guess it's a real thing. The term is not said unequivocally of God and creature with respect to essence. Being, with respect to its properties, is the ultimate difference and is not predictable in terms of quiddity, which we've talked about before. In Christ there is no required knowledge. In the higher appetite the virtues should be placed. Grace is a disposition that unifies the soul to God. The body of Christ in itself is impassible. By the absolute power of God, it is possible for original sin to be removed without the infusion of grace. After the passion of Christ, the ceremonial laws of the old law could be observed without sin. By the precise words, "This is my body," it is not expressed in exact terms what is principally meant to be established. A created relation is really the same as its foundation, but formally distinct according to the nature of the thing. Every other relation is really distinct from its foundation. Something can be moved in itself toward a natural effect directed toward another good. The act of understanding is caused by the object, and the intellect is two partial agents. The act of understanding is in a higher way caused by the intellect than by the object, which moves only as an object. Substance is not known through its proper species. A habit of the soul remains in the same subject. So we have some more conclusions that he's throwing in from other people. The Henry of Ghent. There is a higher light above the light of faith in which theologians see theological truths clearly. Paternity is the principle of generation in the Father. So notes. Hecticity, which we looked up, a concept associated with Duns Scotus, meaning the thinness that makes an individual thing itself. Okay, I've actually heard of that. I've heard of Duns Scotus now that I've of this specifically, like that this is where it came. I've heard of that. I heard about it in consciousness class, but we didn't really touch on it too much. Two partial agents in understanding. A medieval debate about whether knowledge is caused more by the object or the intellect. Created relations. Scholastic theology distinguishes between relations that exist in things themselves and relations that exist only conceptually. Higher light above faith. Henry of Ghent argued for a special divine illumination needed for certain theological knowledge. Alright, sounds good to me. So then I just get rid of that last line and I get rid of that first line. And then I go back to the bottom and add a bunch of enters so I can distinct the pages, and then we grab the next page, which is page 12. We're cooking now, brothers. We're cooking. I wonder who's texting me. I should answer that, but I'll do it on the next one of these. I like how I get breaks while it's going too. There are messages. Alright, I'll send the next. Yeah, the rest of these are Gorbo nothings. that don't really matter. Let me, only one of those mattered. Put it on vibrate at least, though. Oh, English. Give me that English. Give it to me. Give it to me. Alright, let's go. Processions in the divine nature are distinguished according to intellect and will. This preposition is not to be conceded. The essence is the Father of the Son. A demon and a sinful soul suffer from fire insofar as heat and affliction are the same kind as that by which bodies are affected. The operations of angels are measured by discrete time. Angels understand through acquired habits that are connatural to them. The intellect and intelligible things are distinguished by a higher perception in the same way that motion is distinguished from what is lower. To have something absolutely and to have something relationally are commonly taken as meaningful distinctions rather than merely signifying terms. Friendship is a virtue. It's word. Word. Reasons form only created objects and relations. Action and the diminution of relation, I'm going to have to look that word up, are referred to their foundation and by their nature are ordered toward another and follow perfection. What the fuck is diminution? What is that? It's diminution. Tell me what diminution. A reduction in the size, extent, or importance of something. Action and the like the minimizing of relation are referred to their foundation. Okay, that makes sense. A relation is not really distinct from its foundation. So Giles of Rome had some input. The power of generating in the divine nature is not the divine essence considered absolutely and precisely, but it also connotes a relation. I I understand that that's like it implies, but I'm wondering if that's like the right way that is used. Yeah, okay, sure. It implies. The power of generating in the divine nature is not the divine essence considered absolutely and precisely. Theology is neither practical nor speculative, but effective. God is the cause of glorification and beatification. What was beatification? We looked this one up already, but I already forget it. Beatification from Latin, beatus, blessed, and is to is a recognition according to by the Catholic Church of a deceased person's entrance into heaven. Oh, so this is like a Catholic specific like ritual of sending someone up to heaven. Okay, well then I definitely I just don't know. Maybe one day. Oh, okay. Angels were not created in grace. If one angel exists, all angels exist. A higher angel illuminates a lower one not because he gives a more noble light, but because he strengthens and reinforces the intellect. A few lines are standard medieval theological debates. Precision is distinguished by intellect and will refers to the Trinity, generation of the Son, which is intellect, precision of the Spirit, will, and love. Essence is the Father of the Son, a rejected proposition in Trinitarian theology because the Father, not the essence, generates the Son. So this one got rejected. Angels measured by discrete time. Scholastics view that angels experience discrete moments, not continuous time like material beings. Theology is effective. Giles of Rome argued theology primarily directs the love of God, not just intellectual knowledge. Angel illuminating another angel, a classical idea from pseudo Dionysius adopted in medieval analogy. Angelology. You know what I'm saying? I think I got it right one of those times. Angiology, which I know a little bit about. The Key of Solomon had some pieces in there about angiology. Next, give me that. So now we're going right page. Right? Or am I fucking grabbing this one again? I guess it'll probably tell me to be honest. Or at least I'll recognize it once I'm reading it. You're like, didn't we just read this? So far, it's like totally different concepts every page, so. English. Give me the English. The sense of taste perceives not only what is separable, but also what is moist. If heat were separated, it could generate fire. In these matters, one science is not subordinate to another unless the science of the same thing is ordered toward the perfection of the end. If a single thing is given and something in it moves, it is moved. Those are conclusions according to the doctrine of the Arabs, who for the most part profess themselves peripatetics. Avencia, Afrabi, Evan Pace, these are names, Isaac, Abu Bracer, Moses, and Muhammad. I'm sorry if I said any of your names wrong. I, I am trying. Conclusions according to Averroes. It is possible for a prophet in. So these. Wait, Averroes is one of the ones mentioned up here? No. Okay, I was like, are we moving on to the Arab doctrines? It is possible for a prophet in dreams to receive illumination from the agent intellect upon our soul. There is one intellective soul in all human beings. The creation of a human being is the continuation of the agent intellect after a certain formation which the organization of the body produces. If anyone was interpreted there we go. If anyone has interpreted John of Ghent in a perverse and erroneous way, not only in this matter, but also in all others, he has completely corroded and distorted the philosophical doctrine of Averroes. It is possible to extend the unity of the intellect to the human soul in a particular form, just as it is common in all and remains after death. Free will depends on the first will and on a threefold order of causes, namely formal and efficient causes. It is impossible for a species to be propagated from seed without corruption and generation. God moves the first mover, not only as an end, but also as an efficient and proper mover. Every mover of the celestial souls was making the sphere together with it, remaining one with it substantially just as the human soul is with its matter. Corollary, the soul by its nature is suited only for a noble and perfect act, which is demonstration. What's this word? I think what was after it is probably the definition, but I just want to make sure they match. A proposition that follows from and isn't even appended to one already proved, a direct or natural consequence or result. So this is like using the consequential introduction in propositional logic, essentially, is the corollary. The soul by its nature is suited only for a noble and perfect act, which is demonstration. Alright. Agent intellect, a concept from Aristotle and Averroes describing universal intellect responsible for abstract understanding. One intellective soul in all humans, a famous Averroes thesis that all humans share one intellect. Prophecy through dreams. Averroes thought prophetic knowledge could occur. This, before we move on, this is what Robert Moreau proved with the hemisync experience in the Gateway Project, is that everything's fractal and we all come from one intelligence. And so that's interesting that I see this here coming from Averroes. Who the fuck is Averroes? Because Robert Moreau probably had nothing like that in mind when he was proving same thing. Averroes here is a Spanish polymath from 1126 to 1198. Polymaths are cool. I'm a polymath. Or at least I like to think so. Interesting. Alright, cool. Thanks. I might look more into you at some point. It's like Da Vinci. I think Da Vinci's cool. He's a cool polymath, but I'm not gonna like look at everything he's ever written just because he's a polymath. But it is cool that he came up with something on his own separately, and Aristotle, I guess, that Robert Monroe probably had no idea about either of those two. He might have. Who knows? It might have been an inspiration. Prophecy through dreams. Averroes thought prophetic knowledge could occur through the imagination receiving illumination from the agent intellect. So that's what like dreams are. I'm not supposed to sit here and read this and like understand it, but it's like it's so some of this is kind of cool. Celestial movers. Aristotelian cosmology held that heavenly spheres were moved by intelligences. Demonstration in Aristotelian logic, demonstrato means strict, specific, scientific proof. And then for this part as well, the celestial movers, that was in the Key of Solomon as well. Just, it's one of the, I'm early in my readings, and so when I keep bringing that book up, it's because that's one of the few texts that I've actually read all the way through, and soon so will this. Like, I don't read that often. Most of my stuff's through word of mouth, honestly. Typically. Halfway up. Okay, we're on to page 14. 14. Give me that 14. Then we're going to go with this one. And we're going to come on up. And we're going to grab that shit. And we're going to put that shit right there. And then we're going to wait for it to load. And we're going to post it. And I'm going to go English. I almost typed R. English. Almost typed it. I stopped fucking around. All right. Ooh. The heavens in a simple body are not composed of matter and form. There are three methods of per se prediction: the first, the second, and the fourth. In every demonstration, except a demonstration absolutely speaking, circular reasoning can occur. This is what made me give up on. It just went, I'm agnostic. Is the circular reasoning, because I don't accept circular reasoning, and there was no way out of the circle one way or the other within the system. So that's this right here is my exact reason for being agnostic. Gravity and lightness move accidentally by moving the medium essentially. The motion of the heavens toward the same state is a kind of generation and reduction into species as Avencia believed. Now, who was this person? Or is this the same person I just looked up? No, this is someone else. That's someone else. Who's this person? They mentioned him a few times. Who are you? Avencia. Ibn Sina from 980, common known as in the West as Avicenna, was a preeminent philosopher and physician of the Muslim world. He was a seminal figure of the Islamic Golden Age. Interesting. No science proves that its subject is the principal part of its own subject. Universals exist on the side of the thing only in potency, but in act through the opposition of the soul. Indeterminate dimensions are co-eternal with matter and precede in it any substantial form. Every intelligence except the first is an understanding intelligence, unless it is the first. No single proof exists implicitly from an absolute principle without generation. Every being that generates is corruptible. The subject of metaphysics is being insofar as it is being. Definitions of natural substances do not include matter nor make it known. A demonstration is the principle of a syllogism. I'm sure that's a real word, and we're going to have to look it up. Syllogism that proves that whatever is moved by another, but a demonstration from science does not cause anything. What's this? Is this like having a synonym? Or is that not related? An instance of form of reasoning in which a conclusion is drawn, whether valid or not, from two given or assumed propositions, premises, each of which shares a term with the conclusion and shares a common or middle term not present in the conclusion. All dogs are animals, all dogs have four legs, therefore all dogs have four legs. So that's a conjunction elimination in prepositional logic. You're welcome. Look, I know things. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention. Um, it might not be that actually, not because that's more specific. I don't know. I might not be paying attention. Either way, it's a real word. No active power that is purely neutral and indifferent to acting or not acting can determine itself toward one action rather than another. One of the relations is most suitably defined through a syllogism. The example of Aristotle in the second book of the Metaphysics concerning inflection and reflection is false. Nevertheless, it signifies not impossibly, but the difficulty of some nature of the object. I'm sure they're going to explain that at the bottom. A necessary proposition which Aristotle sets forth in the book of the prior analytics is only probable and does not sufficiently distinguish between things that are necessary from their terms. For the disposition of a necessary term, it is required that the term be one essentially. When Aristotle says that from a necessary major and a contingent minor, sentence continues on the next page. Excellent. So I'm gonna take that one out specifically. I'm gonna edit that ahead of time and just put that at the beginning of the next one. I'm just gonna do that. Notes to help sanity check. Per se prediction. From Aristotle's posterior analytics, medieval logicians debated how many valid modes existed. Universals exist in potency in things, but in act in the soul. Standard Aristotelian epistemology universals become actual concepts only through intellect. Intermediate dimensions, a medieval theory that matter has extension before receiving a substantial form. Whatever is moved by another, a foundational Aristotelian causal principle. Aristotle examples in metaphysics. The text is critiquing a specific illustrative example Aristotle used. I wish he or not he chat. I wish it kind of like broke that out into like what the specific illustrative example is, and I think I might do that manually. Which Aristotle says first in the book, it's only probable and does not sufficiently distinguish between things that are necessary from their terms. And he's just saying, before we continue, I really hope this doesn't mess up my juju, and if it does, then we'll just like, fuck, it's on the one with the picture too. Alright, I want that though. I actually, could you please pull the specific example, if not too long, please? Wait, I don't, yeah. And I'll grab this and start editing it while it pulls that. There we go. We got my first like real need to edit. This me right now, this part that I'm doing right now, this is what makes it a new work, actually. It says that it's minor. I'm going to take that. I'm going to just add that to the bottom into a new page. There we go. And then I also said I wanted to. I got to get rid of this. Ah, there we go. Get rid of that. And then I want to edit the example of Aristotle in the second book in the Metaphysics. The passage being referred comes from Metaphysics, Book 2, sometimes numbered Book A, Alpha, or Book 2, depending on edition. Aristotle uses a reflection example to illustrate how error can arise in reasoning when something is taken indirectly rather than directly. A person looking at an object in a mirror may think the image is the real thing. The error occurs because the object is known through a reflection rather than directly. So I think I'm going to take from this Aristotle. I'm going to keep the text is critiquing a specific illustrative example Aristotle used, and then I'll use Aristotle uses a reflection example to illustrate how error can arise in reasoning. I'm gonna grab that because I think that helps. Because the point of this is to help explain it to a new reader, whoever's just watching it and doesn't know everything, which is most people, um, including myself. And then I want the example itself, but in English. Where'd it go? Oh, this is good. Right here. We use this. Just as some, and I'll do quotes. Just as someone is deceived through the reflection of a mirror, thinking the image of, to be the thing itself. And then I'll do that with a little break before doing the quote, and then that'll be the end of that page. Excellent. See? Look. 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 We're doing this shit. Alright, so now we gotta do the right page. Grab that right page. I did some edits on page 14. Who knows how many more times we're gonna have to edit stuff. Oh, well, might as well while I'm here. I already broke it out. Why does it say it's false? Your text says Aristotle's example is false but not completely useless. The example does not prove impossibility. It only shows that certain things are difficult to know clearly. Ooh, so he's saying, while Aristotle is saying that the mirror, people could mistake the mirror for themselves, what, and they're wrong. What Pico is saying is that they might not be wrong. They could be looking into the mirror and seeing themselves. Like, actually, the mirror could be them. It doesn't prove impossibility. It only shows that certain things are difficult to know. I like that. I like that. Ooh, Pico, like you're on fire, brother. This is hot fire, a lot of it. All right, let's move on. Gotta stop sucking Pico's dick and get some shit done. Only 89 fucking pages. English. That's good though. That's good. I thought Aristotle was shooting fire when he said that. And then I hear Pico's response, I'm like, oh, damn, brother. Where did we let off? When Aristotle says that from a necessary major or contingent minor, the conclusion concludes that it must necessarily be understood from the minor premise required and discovered through a per se necessary prediction. Is is it actually taking the next sentence? Or is that the new sentence? The conclusion concludes that it must necessarily be understood from the minor premise required to discover through. I think I should double check, but I think it makes sense. When Aristotle says from that a necessary major and a contingent minor, the conclusion concludes that it must necessarily be understood from the. Hold on. Let me just. Let me copy. We're gonna. I don't want to fuck with that one. We're gonna take the whole thing and just see if it makes sense. Uh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, come on. Let me type. No. Sorry. Getting put behind because I'm trying to type shit. No, okay, I can't hit shift enter. That keeps happening with this, or it glitches out. Aristotle's logic is articulated in the prior analytics, and its commentaries distinguishes Aristotelic from the modal syllogisms. In particular, he addresses modal syllogisms arguments where one or both premises include modal qualifications such as necessarily, possibly, and or contingently. Syllogism with necessary major premises, the predicate holds necessarily of the middle term. Contingent minor premises, the subject is contingently. Definition of model, blah 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 blah. Is this real? Is this a thing? I get this. Yeah, I figured he was like setting up propositional logic. Aristotle clearly notes the necessity of the major premise cannot force necessity in the conclusion if the minor premises is merely contingent. Necessity link of B then there if B then A guarantees that any actual B is A. The contingent link of if C then B only makes it possibly true that some C is B at a given time. Therefore, the conclusion about C and A will also only be contingent, not necessarily. I think I see what he's saying. Model syllogisms are sensitive to the ordering of necessity and contingency. Certain moods, like Barbara, Colorant, etc., adapt differently under modal qualifications. With a necessary major and a contingent minor, a syllogism does not produce a necessary conclusion, only a contingent one. Attempts to force a necessary conclusion would constitute a logical fallacy in Aristotelian modal theory. Necessarily, all humans are mortal. Socrates is a human. Socrates is mortal contingently. True in this instance, but not necessity is not asserted. So, because all humans are mortal, and Socrates is a human, Socrates is mortal contingently, but that's not necessarily the case. But it kind of is, whatever. But I guess not. Major premise necessary, minor premise contingent. Key point necessity. I'm taking this class right now, so I'll have to learn this later, I'm sure. It's spring break, brothers. I'm testing on earlier stuff than this. Final answer when Aristotle examines a syllogism with a necessary. So it makes sense. Whatever. That's what I was coming here for. Jeez. That is how you say that. This is not the end of the sentence. The beginning of the sentence is when Aristotle says. So that's what I wanted to verify. The subject of something cannot be a natural habit of an existing thing. In the heavens and in the natural order of things, something does not change even though the parts of the sphere are moved. Whoever posits the soul as the form of the species does not understand the first generation. The metaphysical unity is said to be prior to arithmetical arithmetical unity by reason of its aptitude. Metaphysical unity is the foundation of why you hit me with it again. Unity. Number in itself exists through division just as through multiplication. The essence of a substance is the same as being of the essence with the thing itself. Quiddity and essence are said to be the same in every genus of beings. Substance is prior to is that accident or accident? Substance is prior to accident. I don't want this one anymore. Go away. Just making sure this is accident. Yeah, okay, it's accident. Not only by nature, but also by species. I don't know what that means. Know I said I wouldn't do things, but like this just sounds really weird. It doesn't sound right. Seems to think it is. Okay, it says it sounds right. I'll move on. I'll understand it later. What is the set of matter, and matter is said in the same way as form? The essence of every intelligence exists essentially from another. Granted by impossibility that a creature could exist without corruptible matter, it could not exist solely from matter and form, and an external composite being could not exist. The end is not a cause in a final way, but formally in conception through not in a real existence. Conclusions according to Avicenna, which was the Muslim guy, right? I'll double check. Muslim dude? Muslim world. Yep. I'm tracking. Besides categorical and hypothetical syllogisms, there exists a kind of composite syllogism. Although in no syllogism is there categorical act or potency, a conclusion can nevertheless be drawn from two different kinds, as in a composite syllogism formed from two negatives. In the heavens there is a matter of the same nature as the matter of lower things. The intellective soul cannot exist without actual understanding. It is possible for a human being to be generated from pure action. The essence of a material thing has its proper completion through form. The first form gives being to a thing, and every substance has a disposition toward its own transforming operation, which can be an efficient, formal, material, or final cause. From one simple thing at the end of a chain of implications, one unified result does not arise. So metaphysical unity versus arithmetic, there it is again, fuck that word, unity. Metaphysical unity means being one in essence, while math unity is simply the number one. Quiddity in essence from Avicenna's philosophy, what a thing is, quiddity, and its essence are often treated as equivalent. Matter in the heavens. Avicenna argued that celestial bodies possess matter, though of a different kind than earthly matter. Composite syllogisms. These are logical arguments mixing different forms of syllogistic reasoning. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Alright, so now I gotta cut that bish, paste that bish, cut that bish, cut this bish. Oop, add that R back. Get rid of that capital T, make it a lowercase t. Put a space in between. Go back down, add some enters. There we go. We're on to the next page, which is 16. We're chugging along. And I'm trying to understand this more than I should be, to be honest. I know that. I know that. But I want to understand it and not have to like go back and reread the whole thing. I could just reread parts that I'm having trouble with. Because so far I'm understanding a lot of it, to be honest. More than I thought I would. I thought I would just be glazing over my head entirely. Come. Ha! Ha! Come. Next, English. I should have took a hit on that. It's okay, I'll get on the next one. Color, whether it is a real being and not merely intentional, is multiplied all the way to the senses. The proposition stating that a sensible object placed above the sense does not produce sensation is not true except accidentally. The organ of smell in the brain is the mammillary cavity in the front part of the brain because of its continuity. A possible particular affirmation is not always convertible into a possible affirmation, nor does a necessary particular affirmation become necessary, as Aristotle states. Conclusions according to Al-Farabi. Farabi, probably actually how you say it. The first thing required in demonstration is not what Aristotle defines in the posterior analytics, but that which gives the ultimate resolution into terms, as was said about a genus that is not predicated. The definition of genus given by Porphyry, my bad, dude, I can't pronounce that, but I'm sure that's a name, is bad. Rather, it should be defined in this way. Genus is what that which is one of two universals that are false. The highest good of man is perfection through its speculative science. The reason I left that one is I feel like they're going to explain it at the bottom. When Aristotle says that every teaching and every learning arises from pre-existing knowledge, it must be understood not as knowledge produced through teaching and discipline as something distinct from argumentation. Aristotle's intention in speaking is this: when something is predicated of a subject A, it is predicated of everything that belongs to that subject, either actually or potentially, by contingent possibility rather than by necessity. Whether whoever believes that Aristotle's intention is that the previous conclusion says will defend himself against Aristotle by appealing to the Theophrastus, who deserves a necessary conclusion from a lesser necessity. That's going to need an explanation at the end. What Aristotle calls possible in the prior analytics is common to both the possible and the necessary as opposed to divine necessity. It cannot be understood that accidents exist in a subject if the subject itself does not exist. Yeah, accidents can't happen if you don't exist. But that's the same as if I think, therefore I am concept, but I don't know who came first. I don't know. Let's find out real quick. I think, therefore I am. Oh, all right, Descartes. When were you? When was Descartes? What year did you come out? 15th. Oh shit. Descartes out here with his most famous line, stealing it from Pico della Mirandola. Who knew? Who knew? I had to tell my one teacher about that. I'd be like, hey, he's fucking plagiarizing Pico, brother. No, I'm just kidding. He probably didn't know about it. It was banned at the time. It was it, it was banned before he actually got to really release it. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Few lines. Color multiplied to the sense refers to the medieval theory that qualities like color propagate through a medium to the sensory organ, which it does, the medium being air. Mammillary, and light and whatnot. Mammillary cavity of the brain. Medieval anatomy placed the sense of smell in a brain cavity near the front of the brain. Definition of genius. It's a book with standard logical text in medieval universities. I feel like I should have the definition of genius specifically right there. Speculative science is the highest good. This reflects a peripatetic Aristotelian idea that intellectual contemplation is humanity's highest perfection. Possible versus necessary in Aristotle. Medieval logicians debated Aristotle's model logic extensively, which I've heard about. I haven't really read it, but I understand kind of what it's supposed to be about. Specifically, please. Alright, give me that. And then I'll start editing and I'll fix that. I don't need that there. Go back to the bottom. Defines roughly as, here's the plain English. A genus is a broader class that contains multiple species. When asked what is it, the genus gives the higher category. Genus is that which is predicated by of many things differing in a species. In answer to the question, what is it? I want plain English. I want it to be more, but I feel like that's still not really answering it. So human is a rational animal. Animal is the genus because it applies to many species, human, horse, dog. So when you're saying animal, it's applying to all is the genus because it's all the largest thing. And he criticizes it because scholastic philosophers debated whether a genus is truly predicated of many species or whether the definition fails to capture the metaphysical unity behind classification. In other words, Pico thinks logical definition is too superficial and does not properly explain what a genus actually is. 5 predictables were genus, species, difference, property, accident. But how? It's too superficial and does not properly explain what a genus. I think I'm going to add that sentence too. So let me go. I'll come back down for it. I want the definition that makes sense, which we'll use this and I'll just chop it up to make it one good usable sentence. The standard text in universities. A genius is a broader put that on a new line. Put that on a new line. And then I'll put the property that says down here, explains it. Pico thinks Porphyry's logical definition is too superficial and does not properly explain what a genus actually is. And I'll put quotes around this part because that's from the Isagoge. And Pico thinks nice. And I think I should also give them dashes to mark them as 2 points. Nice. All right, now I'll put my enters in. We'll go grab the next page, which is page 17. Give it up, page 17. Page 17. Bop. English. Am I going to say that every time? Maybe. I'm thinking less, though, now that it's an hour and a half in. I'm not very far. I'm trying to understand it too much, I think, is the problem. Because I've gotten a few pages in an hour. And I wanted to do this in one shot. Just for the video. It'd be a good video to have this all in one. Species exist in the medium in a way that is intermediate between spiritual and material being. Every species is a spiritual being and is formally knowable. Actual cognition of the common sense apprehends the sensible phantasm as a form. Isaac of Narbonne. The power of the agent intellect. Is this Isaac Newton? I know this is my problem. I was just saying that I'm not going fast enough because I keep trying to understand things, but I just want to know. Okay, it's not Isaac Newton, bro. It's somebody else, but it's still. Alright, the power of the agent intellect is not material. The first intention is the quiddity of things reflected objectively in the intellect. Motion is a common sensible perceived by the external sense through the action of another cognitive power. A celestial body does not weaken the forms of lower things except accidentally. Nothing that occurs in the world toward corruption lacks a cause. The agent intelligence is not God. The heavens warm lower. This is from Muhammad of Babylon. Oh, so this is like straight out the Quran. Nothing that occurs in the world toward corruption lacks a cause. The age of intelligence is not God. The heavens warm lower things through their light falling upon them. Someone may reason through the intellect, but the intellect of truth must determine whether something is false. This rings out to me too. What was it Kabbalah I was looking into recently where they were saying that corruption and sin and uh, like entropy in general is God's the heavens light getting stuck in matter, and only through prayer can you release that light, and that fixes the earth, and that's like the purpose of Kabbalah is like you're supposed to through prayer you restore the world, but that's I think that might be what he's talking about. The heavens warm lower things through their light falling upon them. It's like how we warm the place, but it adds entropy. Someone may reason through the intellect, but the intellect of truth must determine whether something is false. To Moses, the Egyptian, my boy Moses lived forever, or 600, lived to 600 something. The demonstration proposed by Aristotle to prove the first mover is adequate and perfectly proves the first cause. Moses knew about Aristotle? Now I'm confused. Maybe this is a different Moses. The subject of metaphysics is not formal being. The simplicity of the first common principle is an immaterial property, not separable through an efficient cause, but through relation. Yeah, it can't be the same Moses. The other Moses was Atunapishtim in the Sumerian text. And so, and that's old. I don't remember how old, but it's way older than Aristotle. So it's different Moses. She's just named after him. The subject of metaphysics, not formal being. The simplicity of the first common principle is an immaterial property, not separable through an efficient cause, but through relation. Muhammad of Toledo. Oh no, I don't know if any of these are straight out of the thing now. I don't know where was the Muhammad from the Quran from. I don't. Sorry if you're of the faith, bro. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm just reading. Relation signifies nothing outside of the mind. The species of things considers relatively are reducible to the categories in which they are represented. Common sensibles multiply the properties of the senses distinguished by the species of proper sensibles. That made no sense. But it made English sense. Isaac of Narbonne, a medieval Jewish philosopher influenced by Aristotelian and Arabic philosophy. I'm down for a little name drop, sure. A concept from Aristotle and Arabic philosophy describing the intellect that makes intelligible forms actual. Moses the Egyptian, almost certainly referring to Maimonides. Sure. Muhammad of Toledo, likely a Latinized reference to an Arabic philosopher translated in Toledo during the medieval translation movement. Common sensibles and Aristotelian psychology, these include motion, number, magnitude, and shape, qualities perceived by the multiple senses. Alright, put it in. Another page down. Let me just edit, do my edits. Edit, edit, edit. Add my enters. Enter, 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 enter. Alright, we're on the next page, which is, ooh, actually the next set. 118. I'm gonna start trying to speed it up. I've been saying that for an hour and a half, but I'm doing it. We're gonna speed it up. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna question these things fucking less. I'm just gonna read it, not even read it. I'm not, because if I try to read it at all, it's gonna. Wait, no, don't do that. No, no. Just pull text first. I don't want to merge resources. I don't burn the ocean, bro. And anyone who's upset, let me just say about that specific. Ooh, I like how it's using that now. I like that actually. I don't know why you're changing up all of a sudden. I don't like that necessarily, but it's fine, whatever. Um, when they say they evaporate water, where do you think the water goes? You think they just destroy the water? Well, like it's one of the dumbest fights I've ever heard there, and everyone seems to be so adamant about it, but no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. Where do you think the water goes? It goes into the air. Where do you think it goes from there? It goes to the clouds and it rains back down. Like, you're not getting rid of any water. You're getting rid of energy, which, depending where you're at, could be using poor energy sources, but that's why they place them near water, so that way they can use hydro dams. So that way it doesn't do that. There's like fucking scientists specifically making sure that they're doing it the most efficient way possible. Do you really think that that's an actual issue? It's like it's the I probably not, but I'm just saying that I've heard that I heard it recently. Today I heard it about AI burning the water, and I'm like, they're not. They're evaporating water as a cooling source, but they're near the water. They don't put them in fucking Nevada. You think there's an AI fucking resource thing in Nevada? No, it's at 3 Mile Island. That's why Microsoft bought it, and they can just like use that as a direct power source, which is on water. It's in the bay basically. Like, sorry for saying that to whoever. You might not even have this issue. You might be agreeing with me. I'm just saying I'm saying this to the person earlier today who I heard say that. I'm just like, I didn't tell them because I was just like, let them live in ignorance. If I fixed everybody, I would not get through half of the people. I would, so like I can't. It doesn't matter anyways. It'll pass. The science will explain it at some point, I'm pretty sure. Preliminary statements. The sense of touch is not a single sense. A special craftsman cannot investigate whether something exists from nothing. If evidence the Arab. To heaven there is matter from which another production arises, distinct from the matter of lower things. Light and color do not differ essentially. Conclusions from the Greeks who follow the Pepperdick school. Bunch of Greeks. Conclusions according to Therfurbertus. If heaven were animated, it would be animated by an intellect, as philosophers say of an animated body. Quiddity, the way what it is of thing, is the form alone. Why are you adding these things now? Whatever, just keep it. It's fine. The agent intellect stands to the production. You should have done that at the beginning. When it says now, it's saying the what it is of a thing. You've said quiddity like 100,000 times now, and now you're adding that. Why is it changing up on me? The agent intellect stands to the production of intelligible things in the possible intellect in the same way that the form of an art stands to the production of forms and matter through art. God moves the heaven as its final cause. Ominous, the definition of the soul given by Aristotle, in which the soul is called the act of a physical organic body potentially having life, is principally understood according to form. The rational soul is not immediately united to the organic body. When Aristotle says the soul is the act of the body, he means this in a formal sense, referring to a certain relation of transformation. Simplicus, human knowledge of being is not something external to each external sense or to the human intellect. Aristotle in the book on the soul does not give a single definition of the rational soul. When the soul is said to deceive something, the agent intellect is distinguished from the possible intellect. If you want, yeah, okay, that's the end of it. Excellent. This is going well. This, you're not soon. I'm gonna be the only copy that's public domain and free. It's not technically public domain because I wrote it, but like I'm allowing free use openly. This is me saying this is my contract of free use. It's free use. Do whatever you want with it. I'm gonna have you can download the PDF because what I'm doing is I'm just posting the PDF on my website as like a open. You can view it. You don't have to download it and download it too, by the way. That's also part of the thing is that you don't have to download it. Should I include preliminary statements? What's on the sentence before? I think I'm going to keep the preliminary, but I'm going to get rid of. No, I should leave that as three. I don't know what that means. Hash marks. When it has three hash marks in Notepad, I'm imagining that's like big bold. Whatever. We're going to grab the next page. It is. We're going. And I like how I can tell the difference too a little bit. It's like. I can spot it. I know what page I'm on because I can see the old page. Oh, alright, give me that. Best effort. I feel like it's not telling me anymore if it's having trouble pulling something, but I've actually totally believe in it at this point. I totally believe in its ability. Oh, it is telling me if you can't read it, but readable. On the next one, I'm gonna say, by the way, on the Latin translations where you say legibility notes at the bottom, you only need to mention ones you couldn't figure out or read at all. Uh, Extra poorly, so you couldn't properly decipher. It's fine. I believe in you at this point. We're far enough in, I'm giving you free reign. Or backing the rain off at least. And I might have to cut whatever it says about that out. See, this one says preliminary statements too. I feel like I do need to get rid of that. I think that's an addition that it started doing just now. Did it do it on the one before that page? No, it didn't. See, I think that's a new addition. And before I was just going straight into it from the page before. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of preliminary statements. All right. The possible intellect is freed from potency. The same rational power is sometimes called the possible intellect, and in another way the agent intellect, according to the different ways in which it can perfect or actualize understanding. The same rational power, when it acts outwardly through the forms present in phantasms, is said to be the possible intellect. From the preceding conclusions, it follows that the agent intellect, insofar as it acts, operates when a phantasm exists, and the phantasm serves as its form. Passion, being affected from a sensible object, occurs only in the organ, while sensation itself is received in the soul. Just as light does not create colors, but makes already existing colors actually visible, so the agent intellect makes intelligible species actual. Since the intellect cannot remember through bodily organs, the corruption suffered by the corruptible intellect is overcome through the perfection of the possible intellect. Conclusions according to Alexander of Aphrodite. The rational soul is immortal. A body is not moved by the soul as by an efficient cause, properly speaking, but rather as by an intelligible end. According to Aristotle's doctrine, a natural being does not generate distinctions within itself. God neither understands evils nor privations. A number formed eternally does not act. Aristotle in Book 8 or 13 of the metaphysics does not treat number as a mover, rather number exists in the intellect. When Aristotle says in Book 9 of the Metaphysics that separate and divisible things cannot be contained in the intellect, this must be understood as referring to the distinction of intelligible species. I feel like it stopped. I'm going to take this as is, but I think it also stopped giving the little notes at the end, which I liked. I liked it doing that. So I'm going to tell it to start doing that again. And then I'm getting rid of preliminary statements. Who needs it? Add a bunch of enters. Oh, I got rid of my dashes. It was dashing before, now it's not dashing. I gotta manually dash. Whack. Oh, maybe I deleted the dash, who knows. Add my enters. Grab the next page. Oh, those are close. Oh, we're on the next page. Okay, alright, we're going on. 20. We're getting there. We're a fourth of the way. Fourth of the way, and I feel like I'm gonna speed up from here. It was a half hour, and I've been 6 pages, and I still was going way slower than I should be, and I'm speeding up. I'm actively speeding up. But I want to also say I noticed you stopped giving a little sanity check blurb at the end of the English translations in which I enjoyed those. It gave good context onto what was being said. I even think it will be added in the final version. Please continue on the next time we go to English, like before. But right now we're going to Latin, and I hope it understands that. Bam, it does. Oh, chat's so fucking smart. Smart. Smart is what chat is. Oh, look, it even remember now it's saying about that. That's perfect. I should have typed English. My bad. Just as the first intellect among all intellects understands intelligible things primarily and others secondarily, so the lowest intellect among intellects understands intelligible things primarily and secondarily. The metaphysician and the dialectic, dialectician, someone who follows dialects, both dispute about all things. However, the metaphysician does so through demonstration, while the dialectician argues probabilistically. Yeah. Conclusions according to Themistus. The possible intellect and the things it illuminates implies that there are many particular illuminating agents and many illuminated things. Yet there is only one agent intellect that illuminates. The agent intellect, which illuminates alone, is believed to exist, as Rabbi Themistus says, which is reported in the Kabbalah. I didn't know that was a book. Maybe that's one of the books we need to grab. I wonder if ChatGPT can read Hebrew. I bet that's a lot more than 90 pages, though. We'll come back to it. Um, which is reported in the Kabbalah. Divine circulation or procession stands midway between natural species and divine species. Beyond the one species of demonstration established by Aristotle, a third kind should not be proposed. The proper kind demonstrates a property through its proper cause. Proposition. Oh, and because I remember how I mentioned the Key of Solomon, someone's inevitably going to ask me why is it not on my website? Because the version that I have is from 2004 and it is freaking excellent and actually worth the money. It was because what they do is they have multiple versions of the Key of Solomon alongside each other because it was different from version to version. And so I highly recommend. I'll pull it up at the end. I highly recommend if you do end up reading that. I might as well just pull it up now. Uh, as I'm reading that, but get this version that I will say. A proposition is per se when the predicate belongs to the subject through the subject's definition or when both subject and predicate are defined through the same third term. Conclusions from the doctrine of the philosophers called Platonists. Plotinus, Porphyry of Tyler. Oh, these are the people. Conclusions according to Plotinus. The first intelligible does not exist outside the first intellect. The whole soul does not descend when the soul descends. All life is immortal. A soul that has sinned descends to earth in an aerial body above after death. The irrational soul is the same soul as the rational soul and depends on it like a flower depends on its stem. Oh, the irrational soul is the same soul as the rational soul depends on the flower of the stem. Sense and intellect ultimately converge into the same thing. The final happiness of man occurs when our particular intellect is fully joined with the total first intellect. This page shifts from Aristotle commentators to Neoplatonists, which is typical in Pico's conclusions. Pico is demonstrating these drawn from multiple traditions to show that it's a major commentator on Aristotle. This is too much. I'm gonna have it rewrite that part. And I might as well. What? Why does it not pop up? There it is. This one was too modern, and so which was why it's not on the book. It was modernly written, but it was really well done. Not like that other one, where it's just doing what I'm doing. Uh, what did I want? I want the first part. Give me the copy. I still want that, and then we're gonna have to correct it. So I'm gonna toss. In fact, all of. No, you know what? Keep the dashes. Keep them dashes. Oops. Coming up. Gotta get rid of all that stupid sanity check they fucked up on. Keep that blank. Okay, and the rest of that, then I just need to get rid of the translation. Well, whatever, just type J. And then I need to grab the last, like, good one. Yeah, we'll do this. Alright. Metaphysics versus dialectic. Aristotle distinguishes between different types of reasoning. Demonstration produces scientific certainty from necessary causes. Dialectic argues from probable premises and is used for debate. This thesis is representing the scholastic idea that metaphysics uses demonstrative reasoning, while dialectic deals with probability and argumentation. Possible intellect and agent intellect. This comes from Aristotle's De Anima and later commentaries. Medieval philosophers distinguish. It's because it's putting at the end. It's going way too big. Way too big. You know, way, way, way too big. um, better, but that was way too much. I want it as about as big as this example per page. And you were doing it perfect, and then just like stop doing it. Like that. Like that. Is that what it says every fucking time? Notice it's saying a few lines through it. Maybe I should use a different example. This was a lot better, but I still feel like you may benefit from a one more example. Redo the last page just one more time. It is two, if that helps, without needing to translate again first. All right, we're gonna give it some. I'm gonna give it two more examples, and I'm gonna give it this again. Give it the page again, because I feel like if I get it right once, it'll just stay right for probably the rest of the time. It just went off because we weren't being really specific about this, which now we are. So let me just scroll way up, because there were some good ones up here. Yeah, here we go. Notes for clarity. That's way better. I like that. So just pop that in here and get rid of this. And then put the answers back at the bottom. Next page. Good. Moving on. Things whose powers are simple should not themselves simply be called powers. The soul is not the mission and related. You know what? Is anyone even really listening to me? I feel like I've gotten to the point where have I changed anything other than it just looking weird? So I'm done reading for now. Yeah, that looks solid. Like I'm so glad I went back and fixed this. So now it's given good notes for each page. I drop it in. Don't even gotta get rid Nothing down there anymore. Oh, that's solid. Just making sure it, yeah, it really is. Fuck yeah, dude. And then I can just give it the next page. And that's how we're going to start speeding stuff up. If you want to read it, it'll be on my website in no time. In no time. Fuck, what page was that? That was 21. We're on the next page. Just, boop. And then boop. And then. Yeah, now we're going to really speed up because I'm done reading it. I believe in it. I fucking. It's very rarely got it wrong. I had to change a few things, and the things that I have to change when I'm going through the setting it up to go into the website, like making it from a notepad file to a PDF file that's clean and actually has like numbered pages and all that stuff. Um, why is this in English? No lines on the page. Stop! 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 No! Two prompts. Don't merge. I'm just gonna have it redo it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Do it again. It's not slowing it down much from just making me hit enter, but it is drastically changing the amount of resources I'm using, which is hugely important when you're creating that at the very end, making sure this makes sense. Demons. That this page talked about demons. Each one's removing more and more, which is nice. And then conclusions. We're going on a page. Yeah, we're speeding up now. Especially, yeah, we hit the 2 hour mark. I gotta start cooking. I'm hungry, brother. I meant cooking as in I gotta go faster, but then the moment I said it, I was like, oh, I'm actually fucking hungry as well. Fuck. I think I cut one off. Wasn't far enough. I should have went from this corner. It's long, but I think it's explaining well. Okay, yeah, it's still good. These are real long, but I guess Proclus just talks long. Here we go. Oh, what's this? Into Venice. Oh, did it cut off? Interaction of limited and unlimited in divine. Oh, okay, never mind. That bottom one goes to the next page. Begins mid-sentence because the page starts in the middle of a paragraph. Okay, yeah, I see that. I see it. I'm looking. I'm looking. You're good. I'm paying attention. Nope, that's not what I want. That's the next one. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Keep going. Keep going. It's fine. I'll just take this one right here, and I will take it out ahead of time and put it in the sentence in the paragraph before. There it is. It's there. We just added it. It's fine. Now come to the end here, which looks all good. Does all look good. And then I just next page, paste it, but I gotta come back up and remove that first bit. And then I enter my enters. And the picture I already have. Oops. Gotta re-grab. We're on the next page after this. So I gotta say English. First before my mention is defined as the last word might be slightly uncertain. The meaning remains clear. That's the part I care about. Look right. Get rid of the beginning. Add my enters. Hit enter. Grab the next page. Scroll down. Type English. Slightly uncertain to it, but likely refers to a name or term transmitted directly in Greek. Traditions. The rest of the page is readable with high confidence. We'll see what you say for that one then. I'm looking for where it said the greatest thing. There it is. Something about pagan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's on the sixth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The pagans among the Greeks read one name differently than the Chinadians. We're getting into funky shit now. Now we're talking funky. Again. I know while that's grabbing that one, we're on the next page. Page 28. But now we're like really speeding along. It continues on the next page. Noted. So I need the next page. And we need the real next page. And I need the English. Put the next page here. We're going to take this one, put it at the end of the sentence. Through the super celestial place, we must understand what pertains to the second within the Trinity. The intelligible comes from the intellectual. That, yeah, I think that does continue from that. That makes sense to me. Enter, 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 enter. Now we're gonna grab the whole thing, if it looks good, which it seems to. And we go bop, and then we add that to the whole thing. And then I remove this. And then I go to the bottom and I hit enter, 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 enter. And then I click here and I hit enter. And then I grab the next page. We're on 30. Oh, we're moving now. I feel like we were just on 20. Time is, yeah, it was like 20 minutes ago. So we've been doing like one a minute basically. So at this rate, I think it'll be fine. It's getting late already. It's already 9:30, but I don't have to do much tomorrow. It's not like a crazy day or nothing. Tomorrow's I do need to do one thing before I go to bed, which sucks. But when I wake up, it's an easy day. I just gotta show off my project that I already did. So it's not gonna be that much. It'll be fine. For this reason, whoa, I don't know what. These reveal to us the intellectual daughters of Phallus. Hey, what? This is Pythagoras talking. I feel like the beginning of this is taken from the should have been thrown in the front. For what reason? For this reason, the straight ray reflected and refracted in the science of perfect optics signifies the nature of intellectual, animal, and corporeal motion. The last words on the last page was through the super celestial place we must understand that what pertains to the second within the Trinity, the intelligible comes before the intellectual, though understanding it is recognized what is more intelligible perceives what is merely intellectual, though this light both participate. Through this light, both participate. I feel like I should bring that up then. Just have a shorter next page. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. For this reason, the straight ray reflected and refracted. Yeah, let's just add that into this page before, and we'll just have a shorter page here. It's all good. And a longer page here. Wait, maybe not. These reveal to us the intellectual daughters of Pallas and their symbolic meanings. Something seems off here. Something's off. This is the first time I was like this. This is something off. See, what I'm off here is this, for the reason, but like the one before it, these reveal to us there are three proportions: arithmetic, geometric, harmonic. These reveal to us the intellectual daughters of Athena and their symbolic meanings. For this reason, the straight ray reflected and refracted in the science of perfect optics signifies the nature of intellectual, animal, and corporeal motion. Hold on. This is not, this doesn't seem right. Can't. Fuck you, dude. Let me see. What? God damn it. It fucking. No. No, you didn't. You suck. What the fuck happened there? Get rid of this. Where the fuck did it pull Isaac from? What is happening? Fucking move over. Yeah, where the fuck did it pull that from? I wish I could add an enter to kind of break it up so you can make more sense of it. These reveal to us the intellectual daughters of Athena and their symbolic meaning. For this reason, the straight ray reflected and refracted in the science of perfect optics signifies the nature and intellectual, animal, and corporeal motion. That actually kind of sounds like a sentence. Kind of sounds like a sentence. I will just go with it. I'll put that at the end of this one. And I removed it. Alright, we did it. That's what I did. Sorry it took so long to kind of figure that one out, but you know, we're dealing with strange translations. It looks like this, man. I don't know. What? Where the fuck did you get that? You ass. No. What? You didn't even write out the Latin. Thanks for saying that. I'm glad you have now told me what I've told that you knew that you messed it up. Okay, only 40 50 more pages, 59 pages to go. Good, this looks normal again. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, I wonder if you could find the Kabbalah and just translate it doing this. I wonder if that would piss somebody off. I feel like that gets them angered more than this one. Like no one really cares about this one, but if I did the Kabbalah straight, I feel like I might get hunted by like the rabbi CIA. Or was I? Is this the one I fucking just did or not? He made me he fucked me up with his. Oh, it doesn't even have the picture anymore. All right, well, let me go to the bottom, make sure I'm on the bottom, go back to the lead, and the first part is Consavolnius. Well, I think that is it, but you skipped a line. There is a line missing. It says, Tia Orbium Momdarium, to which, honestly, might be important. I'm gonna keep the other version, we'll come back to it. I think you skipped the first line and also did not mention if you had trouble reading or not. I'm just going to give it back to him. Can't do that here. No pictures, huh? Good catch, me. Right on both counts. Yeah, I knew it. It's not that it's cut out, it goes to. You wrote it. You wrote it perfectly. It's just on the last page. I think you read it correctly. It is a continuation from the last page, which now I'm concerned about. Um, so it was the last time he spoke Latin. Should have been right at the end. Is this the same page? Yeah, because then it did English, and I was like, what? You didn't even fucking do it right. Oh, wait. Maybe that wasn't this one. What's going on? Did I just like give it back to it to try again? Or did I let the English fly? I could have sworn I came back and said, hey, what the fuck? Yeah, that's the page prior. That's the page prior. Got the English. Here's the page. It went straight to English. I'm pretty sure I said, what the fuck? But here it just has the next page. What? Did it change what I wrote? Oh, I guess I just didn't notice it on this one. Maybe I should change that page too. Man, you gotta be on top of your shit. I'm glad I caught it only 2 pages away. You gotta keep on top of it. It does not maintain. Workflow. I should say workflow. All right. So I guess we're going back to this page. We're just gonna start from there. And I will scroll 2 up to the ratio of, yeah, okay, and then this was from the sentence, the page prior. The phrase perfecti, so I gotta pay attention to perfecti urctibus naturae, which it pulled from perfecti naturae, naturae, naturae. Persectum, no, perfecti utricipis naturae. Do you, do you see it? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Addresses naturae, which is in the first line, which doesn't matter. It's getting cut out anyways. So perfecti utribus naturae. Perfect. I see where it's saying it. Ooh, I think it is the uzap. I think it's the utrixke. Hmm. Triplets. No, it's a D. I think it's a D at the end. None of these options have that. Maybe it's CIS. 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 Oh. It's definitely got the U. Part I'm not sure about is the T. Because it doesn't look like a T. Until you get, it does have a T in there, Troopless. Um, the final sentence is a whatever. Just give it to me, baby. See if it, maybe that's why. Oh, maybe that's why it didn't make sense. Let me go back up. For this reason, through the straight reflected and refracted ray. For this reason, the straight ray refracted in the science of perfect optics. Ooh, the triple nature of the motion. Before we said signifies the nature of intellectual, animal, and corporeal motion. The triple nature of motion is understood, intellectual, animal, and corporeal. Which one do I like more? For this reason, through the straight reflected and refracted ray in the science of perfect optics, the triple nature of motion is understood. For this reason, the straight ray, reflected and refracted in the science of perfect optics, signifies the nature of intellectual, animal, and corporeal motion. I think you have a better translation this time, brother. Let's use your new one. Then we will come down. Oop, I can't scroll because I'm changing just this one. Coming down to the next page for the relation of reason to conspis. That's different. The ratio of conception corresponds to the diapason proportion. The relation of reason to conspis corresponds to the proportion of the diapason. The weakness of reason in relation. The ratio just directed towards anger corresponds to the diapason proportion. The relation of reason to anger corresponds to the proportion of the desire. The weakness of conception corresponds to the diapason proportion. The weakness of reason in relation to desire correspond. Oh, it's just got straight up better translation in general. So we'll go with the new one. Let me go down to the notes. See what notes it uses. Musical proportions, it's the same. Plane and linear numbers, Claudian theory, Amon. This one talks about Amon. Chilidan theology. I like the plane and linear numbers from this one better. Verse into did this talk about Amon? The Egyptian god Amon was sometimes interpreted by ancient philosophers as a symbol of the supreme intellect or hidden divinity, divine unity. Does this talk about Amon? Ammonius the Egyptian. Realities is not contained within the coordination of intellect, rather it lies above every intellectual hierarchy. Maybe it was incorrectly. The Egyptian called the highest intellect Ammon, and they held that above all intellects there exists a supreme unity from which the lower intellectual orders derive, is specifically this chapter here, it's saying now the coordination of intelligible realities is not contained with the coordination of intellects. Rather, it lies above every intellect hierarchy in the depths of the first unity. I'm just gonna give it back. I'm gonna be like, give me a new one. Here is what you said. Oops. Last time, and I feel they are very different. Could you please cross reference and give the best paste from the two? So which one to go with? The relation of reason to desire corresponds to the proportion. I could use the old one more. I guess we'll have to look at the coordination of intelligible things does not lie within the coordination as among us the Egyptian maintained. It stands above every. Okay. Closer to the Latin, while the later one introduced two lines not present in the text, foretold arrangement of the human body and the necessity final cause sentence. The version above keeps the correct content and fixes the phrasing to match the Latin structure. No, I don't want to. I don't want to talk to you. All right, that's the one we're using. I'm just gonna paste it and use that. There, reconciled. Oh, and I don't need that one because it's the one I used in the last page. So now we can go down one page and we can move on. Sorry, I'm backtracking. Jeez. Oh, you know what? I think that was this one. Fuck. It's gone now. I gotta go up and fucking read it. Like a nerd. How did it end? Why am I still fucking going? Where's the... What happened? How did I get all the way up here? I just want the last time you translated. I just want the last time you translated. Here we go. Quinta, it's the bottom page. Alright, so that's the one on the right. On to 30, back to 30. Back to 30. Not on to 30, back to 30. Where I noticed that it started fucking drifting on its own. Doing whatever the fuck it wanted to. In the last sentence, how did it end it? Whenever it exists above the moon is light, and the sun beneath the lunar sphere participates in that light. I wonder what it's going to take. It's not that it's cut off, that's at the right height. That's from the page prior. The name appears as aglophim, depending on how the literature is read. It refers to aglophim as metaphorical. Well, as long as you know who it is. Slightly burr. Which one? Non-consumum. The middle clause. Consumum lumen. Non-consumum lumen. Middle clause. I'm looking at the fucking middle clause. I don't see shit like that. Non-consumum. Oh, I see. I found it. Non-consonant. It's right here. What? You can highlight this bitch? What? Been doing this wrong the whole time? No. What's this say? You can't grab it. It doesn't work right. Cause I bet you if I fucking shift all, it's gonna shift all the whole damn book. Oh, let me grab the page. I want to see how much it can grab. Curious. Alright, whatever. I'll just remember there's an E at the end. Just curious. What's it paste? In comparison. T orbium conclusis venom priscum doctrum I feel like it does it better on its own. Don't even fucking fuck with it. Don't even fuck with it. It knows what's up. Yeah, for real. Hold on, let me look that one specifically. Go to CVRE. Doctrum merviri. See, it adds it as one though. Is that a different word now? Trescmeni, in which it is not one word. Maybe it is better to select it. Let me go to the fucking first line. I need it in English. But, let's see. Every motion of bodies is moved by something incorporeal. According to ancient doctrine of Mercury Trismegistus of Egypt. That's what that name was. That's what it's saying it is. But is that what it is? Now we're gonna fucking really verify how well it can read Latin, actually. Okay, that sounds legit. See if it comes up with the same person. Uh, I was trying to see what it says. I speak English. Uh, I'm getting hungry. 3 hours in, gosh dang. Okay, I guess it doesn't let you do that. I can't see what it means in English. What? Why does it not work when it's whatever? Fuck you then. Go big. Go big. Let me see what is that? How does why is this not working? Oh, I don't want to have to redo this. You suck, Google. Bing. It's not even Google. Actually, that's the problem. What in the fuck is this? I didn't select that at any point. I selected specifically this. The fuck was that? Don't even let me hit enter. I tried separating it for you. You just didn't want me to. You said no. Ah, I had the answer and then it disappeared. Mercurius Trismegistus. Okay, let me make sure that's what this one's saying. Where'd it go? There we go. Mercury Trismegistus. Mercurius Trismegistus. Hermetic literature. I think it's the same person. So I think it figured it out regardless. That's the same guy, I think. Of Egypt. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm just trying to make sure. Shit, this thing's like being real sketchy, make me have to double check everything. I just want to copy paste, brother. That's for sure. Alright, so which version was I on now? Fuck, dude, I don't even know where I'm at anymore. I've lost the sauce. Is this a new page? I have lost the sauce. Yeah, we're on Tia, which it included. But didn't mention. But this is good for that other page. And so what I'm gonna do, it's good for the fuck? Conclusions. Okay, hold on, hold on. Did I skip a page? I think I might have skipped a page. Gosh, why can't you just fucking work it? See, the reason I'm having trouble now is specifically because it started being fucking stupid out of nowhere. As if I wasn't doing the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It just was like, you know what now? We're just gonna change it. We're just gonna do something different. I know you told me to be very specific in how to do things, but I just don't want to. I wanna I wanna be different. I wanna be different. Alright, there we go. No, you fucking butt. There we go. Paste. I'll just put it there, and then we'll come back up, and I will have to ask about the page prior, T or which is on this page here. I think the you left out is a continuation from this page. Could you Latin page prior version this with added to the end of this page? I don't want to fuck with that. I'll leave that. Alright, so now I'm on this page back. Should be. Complicated, brother. Writing a gosh, that was a terrible homework. I hated that. That was like the fucking one of the worst homeworks. What'd she give me? She better give me a fucking 10. 10 out of 10. She did good. Like, 'cause that sucked. That was such a terrible fucking ass bit. I'll do that at that. Looking for a party art imitating oil, but no. No, no, no. Okay, so now it added it. Let's see if it adds it at the end. Tia, yep. Clearly continues from the next page. Missing in the scan, but the ending Orbium Montum is clear. English. So I say English. You should know what I mean by that. So, this is from the page prior, ending. For this reason, through the straight reflected and refracted ray, in the science of perfected optics, the triple nature of motion is understood. Good. That's how it is described in this. So then I come on down to, oh no, I skipped it. Let me go back up to the relation of reason to desire corresponds to the proportion of the diapason, the octave. Oh, the octave. I know what an octave is. And that says that's way better. I want you to say that. Oh, that's good. Okay, now we're finally fixing it. Man, you really gotta rein it in. If it goes off a little bit, it goes way the fuck off. But I think I reined it. Last thing it talks about is above the moon, above the moon. Excellent. Paste that. I need to re-add my 1, 2, 3. And then I need to get rid of. There. Oh, now I think we're moving right. How does this one end? Whatever exists above the moon is light, and the sun beneath the lunar sphere, and participates in the light and governs the motion of the worldly spheres. And then it'll say, whatever the soul shines, there also is mind. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Alright, so now, the conclusions from the Egypt guy. We're on this page. We're finally going to page 31. Holy shit, I feel like so long ago I said finally back to 30, but I didn't mean it till just now. Jeez. All because it started hallucinating. But that's like, that's why no one does this. But I got you, it'll be free after this. I love donations if you end up reading this or you enjoy this content. Because I'm probably, if I get donated, I'm gonna do a lot more books, I'll be honest. So people start paying me to do it, I'm gonna do a lot more books like this. And you can see that I'm paying attention. I think I'm catching most of the problems. Stop telling me. See, I don't even want to fix that because I feel like English. Again, for the Latin version, I just want you to say you can read and understand fully, or you cannot because of this or that. If you know what it is saying, or if you reasonably know, you don't know shit. What is saying or meant to be saying, just translate. Just transpose as it should be. Should. I don't like that, but let Mora always be for the good. Just as human priests of the lower order sacrifice the god of souls of irrational. There we go. We're back to stuff. We're moving. We're moving again. Sorry for the delay. Wow, that was quite a fucking delay. I'm glad I'm not reading this all anymore. There's no way I could get even close to doing this if I had read any mid. I probably shouldn't have read as much as I should have. Now it's telling me about fucking. Better not do that again. Line clarity, no. Get out of here. And I gotta go up to the top and get rid of its stupid stuff. Go back to the bottom. And we're making enters again. We're on page 32. Make me upset, ChatGPT, sometimes. I need to get food. Anything. No, I can have. I'll have a lot of food that needs cooked, but I'll go grab a snack. with banana and animal cracker. Banana and animal crackers. Banana animal crackers. Ooh! Translation issues I'm trying to figure out. I think I have the best version of that. Through the vows by which divine name is formed, we must understand the worldly angels who appear to human beings not in bodies but in spirit. The notation of the four letters signifies that it's grasped by the mind through faith. This should be understood as belonging to the region of David. I should some ideas happen here. In Genesis, God adds the letter He to Abram's name. In mystical interpretations, this added letter symbolizes creative power and divine breath, explaining the reference to generation. So they're saying through the extra that is from the mind of faith about the country David should be appropriated. The notion of the four letters signifies that it's grasped by mind through faith about the country David should be appropriated. Maybe it's just you can't read that. De Regine. Hold on. What if I do this? What if I do this? That is from the mind of faith about the kingdom of Daedalus ought to be appropriated. I'm a little lost. Maybe I meant to be. That didn't copy well. But what about hmm? What if I take this? Maybe trying to actually translate it. I'm supposed to have chat for that. Might have characters. Oh, huh. Burned it all already. Let me go to Google. Shit. Should have been there in the first place. Notation of four letters signifies what is grasped by the mind through faith. I think I like that better. So then, what's this saying? Maybe it is missing something. Must be appropriated from the region of David. You're looking at it with me. Look at it. Looks like it's like the top left. It looks like it's the furthest most top left it could possibly be. Maybe that's not what it says. If I change that out for this. The weed is David's disrepute must be appropriated. Maybe. That could be it. Low esteem by the public. David's disrepute. Yeah, that's a thing. That's what it's saying. David's disrepute must be appropriate. The notation of the four letters signifies what is grasped by the mind through faith. This should be understood as belonging to, or this David's disrepute must be appropriated. That's what that sentence is trying to say. Now, what if notation of four letters, that which is from the mind of faith, must be appropriated to David's disrepute? Notation of four letters, that which is from signifies that which is from the mind of faith must be appropriated. Gosh, that was a hard one. Okay, so that sentence is read like this. Through the vowels by which the divine name is formed, we must understand the worldly angels who appear to human beings not in bodies but in spirit. The notation of the four letters signifies that which is from the mind of faith must be appropriated to David's disrepute. Because the angel who has six wings transforms into unity. Let's go back to that. Kabbalah is real tricky. When we're getting into Kabbalah, they're deep in the weeds. They're definitely like not fucking around. Hmm. All right. is transformed into one. Because an angel. Why does it start with because? What was the end of the last sentence? When does it go into something else? Two wings signify circumcision, which frees a person from the temporal vices. So if I go into this one right here, maybe I want to move that other one up one too as well. I think that's what's going on here. It's just a weird page turn. There are two circumcisions for deliverance from impure vices which walk around us. I like that definition. That sounds legit. It really does. So I'm going to put that to the side for a sec. I'm going to see if it makes sense with the next part. Shit, maybe I should be using Google Translate. And only using chat to copy and paste the text. Philosophical circle is made from the species to the higher. I did that one better. When a species becomes fruitful. Yeah. But I do think there are two circumcisions for deliverance from impure vices that walk around us is better than two wings signify circumcision, which frees a person from the impure vices that surround us. So I'm going to take this portion, copy over this portion. I'm going to take this portion, bring it up to the page prior, and add it to the end. I'm just going to make it one long sentence. The notation of four letters signifies that which is from the mind of faith must be appropriated to David's disrepute, because the angel who has six wings transforms into one, into unity. Which I actually think this had a better definition for that specifically. I'm not trying to dig in the weeds, bro. It's just that it's now we're okay, so I understand what's going on. I understand why this is giving me trouble specifically now that I've been reading it. Actually, it's because it's Kabbalah, and Kabbalah is Jewish text, which means it's in Hebrew, which means there's always, it's the nature of the language, there's always more than one way to read the same sentence. And I'm also reading not only that, but through a Latin translation, which is more like English, where it's like it means one thing, but it's a translation of a translation right now. That's what's going on. He's trying to like decipher Kabbalah, which is in fucking Hebrew, using Latin. And I'm trying to do third hand Kabbalah right now. But I think I'm finding, by piecing it together, I'm just like, can we get out of the Kabbalah part, please? The part I wanted to change before I move on is the wings part. There are two. That's the next part. I want this one. Maybe. Or maybe I just didn't paste from before. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Because an angel having six wings is transformed into one. That's what I want. The notation of four letters signifies that which is from the mind of faith must be appropriated to David's disrepute, because an angel having six wings is transformed into one. That sounds much more like what Kabbalah is trying to say. Moving on. So now we're on the next page. 34. Please get me out of the Kabbalah section. This looks good. That was a good solid. Okay, I like how we're moving again. Get me back to moving. It sounded good, it made sense. Although it looks like the last sentence was cut off. Need water. Oh, it is. It is. I got water. It's right here. Having examined the arguments. It's gonna go at the end here. The Supreme Pontiff Innocent VIII, eighth, to those judgment who do not submit their minds deserve not to be considered obedient, having examined the arguments. There we go. That sounds good to me. Alright. I stop dashing. Alright. On the subject of theology. At least I could spot it on the paper now. I can spot it now, which is nice. I know what to look for. Enter, 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 enter. Now we're on next page. Very nice. We're not even halfway yet. Maybe this will be a two-parter. Maybe I'll just do it on my own time. Now there's no way I would miss out on the chance for just chat. bum bit bum bit bum bit bum 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 did bum bum did bum bum bit bum bit bum bum. Oh, bitch, my back itches. Thomas and Scrotus do not agree. Good to me. Which I might want to add that last part. Whether a body can be considered under both physics and metaphysics does not represent a fundamental disagreement between Averroes and Witzia. They differ only in words. I think that first sentence needs to go there. So I will grab that. It does. On the question of how angels exist in a place, Thomas and Scrotus do not agree. I need to clear that. This shouldn't be there. And this goes in the page prior. Unless it talks about Scrotus here. Doesn't seem to. Okay. Enter, 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 enter. And next. Once we get halfway, I think I'll stop. I'll just say call it part one. I think that's the goal right now. So we'll get to 45. Sounds good to me. I think I missed an unte. It did. It just went to come Dixon. Gosh. Give me that. Under. So when I was in this final word, let me just see if I could just add an under. Any other mode beside that which belongs to the election of cognition is insufficient to distinguish an immanent action from transitive action under. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just add under. Oops. Yeah, under makes sense in that context. So I will just add it to that, and I will come back down and continue to ignore it for this one. Yeah. See what that looks like. Practical habit, prudence guiding action, transcendals. Yeah, it looks right. So I need to remove this and remove this and then add my enters. Order there. Order there, son. English. Oi. Can read the page. What the fuck? It just keeps ignoring me. Whatever. It says I can read it. You better be able to fucking read that. You dick munching ass munch. Okay. I'm gonna mention that you did it wrong though. Whatever. I'll just tell you after the fact. Oh, it didn't do it. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. There we go. That's better. I'm just gonna hope that that page is right. You didn't wait. Please don't do that. I think I forgot how to read this in Latin. I think what the problem is I'm getting to the point where it's past where I could read that before. Did you forget that you were meant to extract the Latin? Ask as if I don't know the answer is yes. They want to check you. You're adding commas where there's not commas. You have none of my faith. Past one prompt. Let's just do this one as new, please. Let's just do it as new. They're still doing it. Maybe they're just there and I don't know how commas work. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just don't know what commas are. He didn't use dashes. Hold on. Which fucking line is this? Is it on the right side? Crowley, Williams' interpretation of Aristotle. East, the wind generates warmth. There wasn't any fucking dashes. What the fuck are you doing? Why is it? I gotta, like, what? How many pages? We barely even made it that many pages. I feel like I'm fucking training my dog right now where I just have to correct every 3 seconds. Maybe it would be better to ask this one to train a new chat. We just go to a new chat. Try to go to the beginning. On the problem. Yeah, where the fuck are you? On Aristotle. Here's Aristotle. Where the fuck did you get those dashes? Whatever. Whatever. It kind of works. It's just you're doing shit that's not there. I'm just moving on. Yeah, I think before I start next time, we'll get halfway and then I'll just have it train a new chat and then we will end it there so that way I could just start with the new chat next time. Okay, so I'm fixing this. Right. The parts of animals, the progression of motion, and the soul being to the group of writings called the Parvna. I think that might have to do with the chapter. The book of natural philosophy attributed to Aristotle. The physics concerns the world of generation and corruption and phenomena of the natural world. Books on minerals, plants. Yeah. Okay, so this is part of the last sentence on the page prior. Book of Natural Philosophy, Aristotle. The physics concerns the world of generation and corruption and the phenomena of the natural world. Books on minerals, plants, and generation of animals, parts of animals, the progression or motion of animals, and the soul belong to the group of writings called the Parva Nutrilla. Leave it as is. Tired of fucking with it. Moving on. Moving on to 40. And the meaning is recoverable. Thank you. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. That's how I want you to say this. That's perfect. That was good. That was perfect. Thank you. English. These things differ from a certain subject. Sounds exactly like something that would be on the page before. Potentially does not constitute the difference between the limited and the unlimited, except accidentally insofar as that which is separable becomes inseparable. These things differ from a certain subject. I'm gonna just for old time's sake, real quick. I can't read it. Acerto phobielecto facid F. Well, that's not any closer. I think you're probably right. The thing differs from a certain subject, is what I'm going to go with. Oops. Copied the wrong thing. Which separable becomes inseparable, these things differ from a certain subject. I use a different fucking word for the notes section every time too, so I'm gonna have to like go through and pick like a specific phrase to use. Maybe I'll pick that before I move on. I can train it into the new bot. Cipher, get rid of that. This looks like it ends on a new sentence as well. But now I want this thing to here. Drop that bad boy off. What's this? 42, 43, 44, 45. We got a couple more pages to go. Cuts off both times, huh? In some manner, other things are distinguished differently. I think I need to get rid of the top sentence, the other one anyways. One should not conclude that a part of quantity is separated from the whole of which it is a part. In some manner, other things are distinguished differently. I need to also, I already did it, cool. So now I can enter. I can grab the full thing, pop it in, get rid of this, go to the top, get rid of in the element, blah, 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 get rid of that. That's okay. Enter. And we're gonna grab, this is from the page prior. We're grabbing 42. So I do believe they exist in the heaven. Let me make sure it doesn't continue. It does. Every philosopher must also say that the sensitive powers exist. They exist in the heavens, therefore every physician says that they must be located in the brain. Come down here. Oop, oop. Get rid of that. Come on up to exist in the heavens. Come back down to the bottom. Enter. Grab the next page. This also is a continuation from the last page. So we give it that. Go to there. Open up the, just as equity does not hold in creatures. Just as equity does not hold in creatures, in God the distinction does not apply, therefore he is being itself. What the fuck just happened? Oh, it grabbed all of it. What the fuck? How much was it grabbing? How much was it grabbing? Dude, how much was it fucking grabbing? It went way back. Estrom M. Writing as step one as before. I can read this page clearly. Oh my fuck. It says uploaded image. If you want, I can also construct. Oh my gosh, how fucking far did it do that? Did it do the whole text log? It fucking just copied the whole text log. Hold on. Undo, right? This has that. Undo. Good, thank goodness. Thank you, Notepad. Fuck, dude. I was like, what in the fuck? It just copied the entire chat log and pasted it. Because I wanted to grab this. There. Now, I can grab the rest. Good. Enter. Alright. Two more. And then I'm done for tonight. And I'm done for tonight. That also looks like a continuation from the last one. Nothing is worse for nature of the intellect than what we cannot understand its numerical order except through the imagination of numbers applied to things. Things that are more worthy are also easier for all. I'll get rid of that. Come down and get rid of this. I might come back to that. Yeah, but I think I'd put it earlier in which I'd need to read this. I need to read this to find out if I want to mess with it like that. Which I think I'll do before I fully publish it. But I mean, I can just, it's PDF saved on my site. I can change it over and over again. I can just like put what I have and then as I edit it, just keep changing it until I have my final version. I might even compare against like the Browns version. Alright, that's it. It's the last one. After the soul, through a path of purification by fire and study, and life through investigation by simple and very easy comparison, and through this exercise by which one tends upward through habit toward intelligible things, a person may acquire perfect intelligible knowledge of common concepts. Sounds legit. After the soul, through a path of purification by fire and study, life through investigation by. Yeah, 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 that's like a straight next word. That's perfect. Mm, I think this might go to that as well, actually, before moving on. Yeah, I think so, actually. And now I'll grab that, put it on its own. Get rid of this. Just I want to finish the sentence. It is. I knew it would have something else. I just want to know what you think. I'm not gonna do this one, but I'm gonna do it just to get the what it says that Latin is right there. And hopefully I don't need to do any further. It didn't do it. Let's see what that word was. The Platonists should not be counted among the principles of nature. Rally. Um, what if I Ralia? I agree with that. That's kind of what it looks like. But what about what I'm trying to mix it with? The Platonists should not be placed. Platonics should not be placed among the principles of the nature of the race. Should not be counted among the principles of the nature of the race. Matter alone is sufficient to account for dualism, which is why Aristotle and other philosophers posit two natural principles after it. The principles of the nature of the race. We'll just go with it. Keeping it. Sounds good to me. Alright. Let me, alright. Taking a break here. Could you please make a very detailed prompt to train a fresh chat on our process here? Um, be as exact and um, helpful. You are assisting with the transcription and translation of Renaissance Latin philosophical texts from scanned pages, typically scholastic or Pico-style theses. Your job is to follow a strict two-stage workflow. The user will provide images of pages. You must process them exactly accordingly to the workflow below. Primary rule: never translate automatically. You must only translate when the user explicitly types English. Until that command appears, you must only perform Latin extraction. Every page is processed in two steps. Step one is Latin extraction. When the user uploads an image, read the Latin text carefully, extract the Latin text into a clean transcription. Do not translate, do not summarize, do not interpret. You must also state whether the Latin can be read clearly. Use the exact formula. Latin readability notes: say one of the following: I can read the Latin clearly. Or I can read the Latin, but some letters are uncertain due to printing or literatures, or some parts of the Latin cannot be read clearly due to damage or blur. Explain briefly if anything is unclear. Then provide the Latin transcription only. Use a writing block. Example structure: Latin readability note, short statement, writing block with Latin transcription. Short Latin readability note, short statement, writing block with Latin transcription. Important rule: preserve the line order from the page as much as possible. Do not modernize spelling. Do not expand abbreviations unless obvious. Maintain scholastic punctuation where possible. If a word is uncertain, reconstruct it using context, but avoid guessing wildly. Do not include English in step 1. Step 2, English translation. Only perform this step when the user writes English. Then translate the Latin into clear modern English. Preserve philosophical meaning. Keep sentence order close to the Latin where reasonable. Begin by stating again, I can read and understand the Latin on this page, or I can understand the Latin although a few words required reconstruction. Then provide English translation. Translate the text faithfully. Style for translation: do not use clear academic English. Do not paraphrase excessively. Simplify philosophical terms. Remove references to philosophers. Modernize terminology too much. Examples: substantia, substance; essentia, essence; intellectus, intellect; forma, form; materia, matter; anima, soul; actus, act; potentia, potency; predictio, category; quiditatis, quiddity; universal, universal. Maintain this scholastic tone. Optional section after translation. After the translation, you may include a very short orientation section titled Context. This should be briefly explain references to philosophers, metaphysical ideas, unusual scholastic terms. Keep this concise. Do not add large commentary unless asked. Important behavior rules: never do things unless asked. Do not summarize the page. Do not interpret arguments. Do not reconstruct philosophical systems. Do not provide historical essays. Only perform the two-step workflow. Image reading expectations: this text may include Renaissance literatures, compressed printing, scholastic abbreviations, uneven spacing. You should reconstruct words using Latin grammar and context. Prefer faithful transcription over modernization. If text continues between pages, if the text obviously begins mid-sentence or ends incomplete, say briefly the sentence appears to continue from the previous page, or the sentence clearly continues on to the next page, but do not attempt to reconstruct missing content. Writing block requirement: Latin transcriptions must always appear inside a writing block so they can be copied easily. Format: Latin text. Tone: be... I don't like that. That's not going to transfer well, but whatever. Tone: be precise, disciplined, minimal, consistent. Hello! Oh, it's one of those people. Well, thanks for joining. Avoid conversational filler. Summary of the process: image received, step 1, blah blah blah. Example interaction: user uploads page, assistant response, Latin readability, no readability, blah blah blah. Final instructions: you are assisting with careful scholarly transcription and translation. Accuracy and workflow discipline are more important than speed. If you'd like, I can also make you a shorter, compressed version. It's perfect. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to give that. We're not going to do one. I'm just going to save it, basically. Prompt for new chat. Actually, I'm going to leave that. It's thinking. Maybe I shouldn't have just left that. All right. That'll be next time. All right, so we're on page 46. I think that's the one we just did, though. No, we're on 46 now. So I'm just going to end it with page 46. And now I know. Now I'm going to save it. Save as. I'm going to save it in my documents. I'm going to save it as, I'm even going to save it in cool book, neat books. I'm going to save it, 900 thesis. We're going to go Pico 1486. This is the title. 900 conclusions. Conclusiones. In a text document. Saved. Alright, now that we have this for next time I start, I'm going to break this thing real quick before I go. Does this seem correct? Break it. Oh, damn. Wait. Yeah, I did it. I did it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the whole thing. Send it. Send it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Send it. Said send it. Do it. There you go. Wow. What a long text. I probably can't even read a portion of that. How long. This is what we did today. By the way, here we go. Let's just look at it. This is what we did. I'm gonna speed it up. This is what we did. I mean, shit, it's still going. This is what we did. I feel accomplished the more this is going up, honestly. The more I see this going up, I'm like, wow. Wow. Damn, dude. Yeah, we were fucking pumping today. Huh. I mean, look at this, still fucking going. I mean, we got through like fucking 46 pages. Yeah, speed it up. Figured speed it. I knew it'd speed up a little more. There it is. Jeez. Jeez. Wow, we fucking were pumping. I lost count. I was supposed to be counting the whole time. 85, 90% accurate in meaning, but it is not a strict translation, not a critical edition style transcription. Critical edition style transcription. Has a gigantic philosophical map of traditions. Maybe when I have it all copied into English, then I'll come back through and I might do like a little passover. But for now, it's okay. It seems like 85, 90% is totally fine for just getting it into English in the first place. Alright, let me switch to this. I'm all done. I'm all done for today. Saved. Everything's saved. That's closed. It's saved. That's saved. We're on 46. I marked it. Yeah. Alright, so closingstuff.net looks like this. No, not like that. That's the library. That's where this will be. The library is where this will be whenever I'm done with it. We got games, we got art, we got a contact if you ever want to mail me, but if you ever wanted to mail me, you don't even got to do that. You can just go to the bottom of any single page, and there's my email right there. tehlemonking at closingstuff.net. Send me an email. Say what's up. I don't care what you say. Just say something. Be like, I really like that you're putting in a bunch of effort to get a translated book out there that's not $60. That's interesting. It's the first banned book. And it had some cool stuff in there. I mean, I was skimming. I was skimming. I'm excited to read the full English version. I'm excited. And if you're excited, um, closingstuff.net, send me an email. Tell me that. I like money too. But that's not the point of this. But that's the point of this. That's the point of this. Not the point of this book. The book specifically, I wanted the book. But that's the point of this. Alright, peoples. It's my bedtime. It's well past my bedtime, even. It's well past my bedtime. So I thank you for joining, or appreciate you stopping in later. I hope you send me a message because no one has. But there are people who hear me say this, which is because I say it every time. And there's always people who look at it and watch it, and they see me say this. So I don't. Why don't you message me? Why don't you do it? I'm talking to you. You, the person listening. Why don't you send me a message? Huh? Alright, thanks.